نحن نخدم الإنسانية.
Welcome to the heart of innovation, where the sand dunes of time meet the waves of progress. Welcome to Riyadh, the pulsating capital of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In the cradle of civilization, where dreams soar higher than the desert dunes, a beacon of hope rises. For 5 decades, the ISDB has been a catalyst for change, empowering nations and transforming lives. As we celebrate half a century of resilience, determination, and progress, join us for a monumental event under the patronage of the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. Ministers, policymakers, industry leaders, and changemakers from 57 member countries and many partner organizations will converge to better shape the future of sustainable development. From 27th to 30th of April 2024, Riyadh will be the epicenter of global dialogue and collaboration. Join us as we continue this collective journey of collaboration, inspiration, and transformation. 2024 ISDB Group Annual Meetings and Golden Jubilee, celebrating 50 years of impact, innovation, and partnership. Cherishing our past, charting our future.
نحن نخدم الإنسانية.
Welcome to the heart of innovation, where the sand dunes of time meet the waves of progress. Welcome to Riyadh, the pulsating capital of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In the cradle of civilization, where dreams soar higher than the desert dunes, a beacon of hope rises. For 5 decades, the ISDB has been a catalyst for change, empowering nations and transforming lives. As we celebrate half a century of resilience, determination, and progress, join us for a monumental event under the patronage of the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. Ministers, policymakers, industry leaders, and changemakers from 57 member countries and many partner organizations will converge to better shape the future of sustainable development. From 27th to 30th of April 2024, Riyadh will be the epicenter of global dialogue and collaboration. Join us as we continue this collective journey of collaboration, inspiration, and transformation. 2024 ISDB Group Annual Meetings and Golden Jubilee, celebrating 50 years of impact, innovation, and partnership. Cherishing our past, charting our future.
نحن نخدم الإنسانية.
Welcome to the heart of innovation, where the sand dunes of time meet the waves of progress. Welcome to Riyadh, the pulsating capital of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In the cradle of civilization, where dreams soar higher than the desert dunes, a beacon of hope rises. For 5 decades, the ISDB has been a catalyst for change, empowering nations and transforming lives. As we celebrate half a century of resilience, determination, and progress, join us for a monumental event under the patronage of the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. Ministers, policymakers, industry leaders, and changemakers from 57 member countries and many partner organizations will converge to better shape the future of sustainable development. From 27th to 30th of April 2024, Riyadh will be the epicenter of global dialogue and collaboration. Join us as we continue this collective journey of collaboration, inspiration, and transformation. 2024 ISDB Group Annual Meetings and Golden Jubilee, celebrating 50 years of impact, innovation, and partnership. Cherishing our past, charting our future.
نحن نخدم الإنسانية.
Welcome to the heart of innovation, where the sand dunes of time meet the waves of progress. Welcome to Riyadh, the pulsating capital of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In the cradle of civilization, where dreams soar higher than the desert dunes, a beacon of hope rises. For 5 decades, the ISDB has been a catalyst for change, empowering nations and transforming lives. As we celebrate half a century of resilience, determination, and progress, join us for a monumental event under the patronage of the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. Ministers, policymakers, industry leaders, and changemakers from 57 member countries and many partner organizations will converge to better shape the future of sustainable development. From 27th to 30th of April 2024, Riyadh will be the epicenter of global dialogue and collaboration. Join us as we continue this collective journey of collaboration, inspiration, and transformation. 2024 ISDB Group Annual Meetings and Golden Jubilee, celebrating 50 years of impact, innovation, and partnership. Cherishing our past, charting our future.
نحن نخدم الإنسانية.
Welcome to the heart of innovation, where the sand dunes of time meet the waves of progress. Welcome to Riyadh, the pulsating capital of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In the cradle of civilization, where dreams soar higher than the desert dunes, a beacon of hope rises. For 5 decades, the ISDB has been a catalyst for change, empowering nations and transforming lives. As we celebrate half a century of resilience, determination, and progress, join us for a monumental event under the patronage of the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. Ministers, policymakers, industry leaders, and changemakers from 57 member countries and many partner organizations will converge to better shape the future of sustainable development. From 27th to 30th of April 2024, Riyadh will be the epicenter of global dialogue and collaboration. Join us as we continue this collective journey of collaboration, inspiration, and transformation. 2024 ISDB Group Annual Meetings and Golden Jubilee, celebrating 50 years of impact, innovation, and partnership. Cherishing our past, charting our future.
نحن نخدم الإنسانية.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to ask everybody to come inside, whoever is outside the hall, and please take your seats, because we are about to start the Future Vision Symposium, and we are shortly awaiting the arrival of His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz, along with His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Jasser. A few minutes and we will be beginning the symposium. So kindly, please take your seats. Thank you. عليكم السلام. Assalamu alaikum. Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Future Vision Symposium. This event organized on the sideline of the Islamic Development Bank Group Golden Jubilee celebrations. This event includes 3 sessions. I will quickly highlight the sessions for you. The first session will be on energy security, where His Royal Highness will also partake in the discussions, followed by a signing of an MOU between the ISDB and the Ministry of Energy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The second session will revolve around sukuks, and the green sukuk markets, and the third session will be about the future of multilateral development banks and their role in the next few decades. There will be a Q&A session after the first session, if we have a few minutes, and we'll take a few questions from the floor. But I would like to request the opening remarks by His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Jasser, the President of the Islamic Development Bank. Please, Doctor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أفضل الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا ونبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. Your Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, Minister of Energy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Excellencies, ISDB governors and alternate governors, distinguished members of the ISDB group management and staff, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. On behalf of the Islamic Development Bank, I extend my deepest gratitude to the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, may Allah protect him, and His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, for their gracious hosting of this year's annual meetings and for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's unwavering support to the Islamic Development Bank for the past 50 years. I also extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guest of honor, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, the Minister of Energy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, knowing how busy his schedule is, but he and I, we've been at this game for more than 25 years, and we are very well bruised, I can assure you, but His Royal Highness keeps instilling in us the energy to continue. So thank you for your friendship and partnership in the development process. I also want to welcome and thank the esteemed governors and participants with us today. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Your Royal Highness, for 5 decades, the bank has championed economic growth and social progress in member countries and Muslim communities worldwide. Today, we stand at a pivotal point, poised to harness the ISDB's spirit of solidarity and originality while charting a path towards shared prosperity in the years ahead. Building a robust future requires informed planning and innovative thinking. This high-profile symposium embodies that spirit. Here, we come together as a community, experts, policymakers, and stakeholders. We will learn from the past and explore current trends, emerging challenges, and opportunities that will shape the global development landscape. Our discussions will focus on 3 critical areas: energy, finance, and the evolving role of multilateral development banks. These topics are considered common denominators of sustainable development. Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, energy underpins every aspect of a thriving economy. Access to reliable energy sources, both traditional and renewable, is crucial for advancements in health, education, and overall development. However, securing energy sources is a growing challenge amidst global supply chain disruptions and macroeconomic trends. The recent commitment to a fair and just energy transition adds another layer of complexity, highlighting the need for innovative solutions to address energy security concerns, especially with limited financing for alternative energy sources. On finance, finance serves as another essential driver of progress in all sectors. The Islamic finance industry has seen remarkable growth in recent years, expanding in size, liquidity, and sophistication. Projected to reach a market capitalization of $5 trillion by 2025, this industry offers a reliable financing option with its asset-based approach that mitigates risk. Sukuk is one of the fastest-growing asset classes within the Islamic finance industry. Last year alone, the Sukuk market expanded by 9.8%, reaching about $823 billion. As a leading Sukuk issuer, the Islamic Development Bank sees immense potential in leveraging Islamic finance instruments to accelerate development. Unlocking the power of Sukuk markets can significantly fuel infrastructure and climate finance initiatives. Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, multilateral development banks, or MDBs, play a central role in mobilizing resources and channeling investments toward development. As a number of rising economies in the global South continue to expand, it is critical to explore and adapt MDB business models to maximize their impact. MDBs hold tremendous potential to facilitate knowledge sharing, resource pooling, fostering regional integration through South-South cooperation. South MDBs, such as the Islamic Development Bank, have a vital role to play as catalysts for this cooperation by creating an efficient ecosystem for South-South cooperation. This model offers a practical complement to the traditional development paradigm. Your Royal Highness, before I leave the floor, I encourage all our esteemed panelists and guests to engage in open and thought-provoking discussions throughout the day. Your valuable insights will not only shape the future of the global development agenda, but also contribute to ongoing efforts to craft a new strategic narrative for international development. Your perspectives will help MDBs in general refine their strategies for maximizing their developmental impact. As we celebrate our past half-century achievements, let us also set out sights on a prosperous future for the next 50 years and beyond, inshallah. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for setting the stage for the sessions to come. Let's begin our first session, ladies and gentlemen. Climate change is challenging our world to rethink the future of energy. how we transition the world to a cleaner energy mix and the constituents of that final mix, these policies and decisions will be influential in determining the level of energy security and in shaping the level and the quality of development. So what should guide policy decisions with regards to the energy transition? The 17 SDGs are a good start. SDG number 7 is about ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all, which basically presents us with the predicament which has become known as the energy trilemma, the constant juggling between energy security, sustainability, and affordability. But what is evident from the SDGs is the cross-sectional impact of energy across most of these SDGs, if not all, like ending poverty, ending hunger, access to clean water and sanitation, building resilient infrastructure, and economic growth. Yes, most of these SDGs are interlinked, but energy permeates them all. As such, the future of energy fundamentally holds the nexus between energy security and sustainable development. And when we're talking about development, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about development for all, where no one is left behind. So should emerging economies and least developed countries be made to accept a compromise around the future of energy based solely on the diktats and concerns of richer developed countries? Or should their own national priorities drive their agendas, which does include, by the way, climate security? This is a risk that the whole world is facing, more so least developed countries which have had little hand in heating up the climate. So how should the world go about achieving energy security in order to empower its continued development? How can the world ensure a just and equitable energy transition? And given geostrategic competitions and fragmenting globalization mired with protectionism, is the world even capable to deliver on any of what we've just mentioned? I'm honored to discuss these themes and these questions with my esteemed panel, whom I request to join me on the stage. His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, the Energy Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Dr. Mulyani Indrawati, the Finance Minister of Indonesia, and Dr. Mohammed Al Jasser, the President of the ISDB Group. Please. Good morning. Your Royal Highness, let me begin with you. From your extensive deliberations and conversations that you've had around the world in the past few months, in addition to the very busy schedule you've had here in Riyadh over the last 2 days at the WEF, do you get a sense that the narrative is decisively changing with regards to the transition, a change towards more pragmatism and realism and away from hard-headed ideologies? In a nutshell, my question is the energy transition itself undergoing a transition?
Well, first of all, good morning, everybody. And, I would like to congratulate Dr. Jasser and his team for setting up this meeting, historic meeting, because it was within, as Dr. Jasser was saying, it was within this building and this vicinity. I think the beginning of, or the starting up of the bank was announced here 50 years ago. So it's always good to be reminiscent of how this institution had came about and how much of the very crucial thing, how much of deliverables this institution had, and how much support, help this institution provided for the Islamic countries, and those who benefit from the services of the bank, regardless what nation, what creed, what religion they follow. Now, and just a bit of a reminder, luckily, Nasser, you were there in Abu Dhabi somewhere around the 12th of September. There was an event our friends and our brothers from the UAE hosted. It was almost like 5 days or 6 days since I became a minister.
Back in 2019.
And back in 2019, and we had a pavilion, a big one. You remember, actually you interviewed me while we were walking. And the theme of the pavilion was Saudi Arabia in transition. So I keep telling people that we are the claimant of that name, because we had to endure an unusual year, trying to fend off with our colleagues from the UAE, of trying to bring sanity to this discussion, and as you have said, a practical realism to the debate on the issue of how can we intertwine and not to lose any sight of the trilemma, as you have mentioned, because actually these things will have to go hand in hand. You cannot compromise economic growth, economic prosperity. You cannot compromise energy security for the benefit of attending to climate change. Inversely, too, you cannot compromise attending to climate change with being too facetious and too selfish. Not only selfish in what will happen to the world today, but what may happen to the world in the future. Because actually, I honestly believe that policy setters, not only they have a responsibility of attending to the well-being of the people as they are today, relevant to the governments of today, but also they have a moral duty to attend to their countries with a view that they should bequeath and inherit the future generation with governments, with countries that still has the aspiration and the potential for growth and prosperity, and to be effective in attending to global issue. I'm glad you mentioned that, the notion of global. You know, yes, the last 3 days, and by the way, if I appear during the discussion, if I appear a bit delusional or what have you, it's been quite a 3 days for me. I was brought back to Saudi Arabia on Saturday late afternoon, and ever since then until today, I think I've had like 50-some meetings, attended 5 or 6 meetings like this, or sessions like this. So if I crack up or do as one president in the US had done in the 80s, without naming names, he was supposed to go to 3 different events, and he had the speeches in his pocket, and as he went first for his first meeting, he pulled one of the speeches, and luckily he had his wife next to him, so she nudged him by the elbow by saying to him in a very low volume, but it was captured by the microphone, you're using the wrong speech for the wrong audience. So I'll leave it there. But honestly, I think the debate was, it is very difficult for a country like Saudi Arabia, or for that matter, GCC countries, or for that matter, OPEC countries or OPEC plus countries, to be an advocate of being pro-climate, yet attending to not to compromise our national endowments. We've had that thing ever since this whole thing started. Luckily, we were engaged into this endeavor ever since it was ever since its inception. So I'll take you back to Rio de Janeiro, 1992. The problem of so many people on attending to climate change, I keep telling them I was there, which is true. I was part of the drafting committee. So I need not to be lectured about the content of the UNFCCC agreement or the other relevant agreements, including the Paris Agreement. And the Paris Agreement had its own pillars, had its own concepts, which we all concurred and agreed to. The problem is not the Paris Agreement. The problem is the funny interpretation of what is the Paris Agreement. I think I have to mention something that back in June 2021, you were a witness to that, you were participating in that press conference. It was then when the IEA issued the net zero scenario, and that net zero scenario was developed for the purpose of that Glasgow climate change meeting.
I think you've given that scenario a specific name.
Yeah, I gave it the La La Land scenario. And I'm so proud that I did say that because I was alone. I remember meeting people in a conference in St. Petersburg. Some of them are big, without naming names, big serious CEOs. They all jumped and congratulated me for saying what I said. I said, okay, what about you? Are you going to speak up or not? But when people are so worried for the purpose of being politically correct, that they are denying themselves or being politically correct, that they will not utter a word. I don't know what we call that, but this is the kind of extreme, if you could call it. And to that extent, people were calling me, oh, how daring you are. But look at the debate, as you have rightly said today. There are people that are talking about it in the open. There are constituencies, there are government, there are industry that are speaking up. Now, speaking up, this is not about forfeiting the real issue. In Saudi Arabia, we truly believe that there is a climate change. Our issue is not admitting that there is a climate change. Our issue is how can we attend to it fairly and squarely, taking into account national circumstances of countries and trying to bring the debate to completely different structure, where we had it before, a top-bottom approach. Now it has to be a bottom-up approach, because if we are to be faithful to the issue of national circumstances, if we are to be faithful to the concept of nationally determined, using national paths and ways and strategies, if we are to be faithful to the concept that Paris Agreement did mention, which is subject to national circumstances, and it has to take into account historical responsibility. If we apply all of the above, then the fair share of responsibility will be divided in a completely different arrangement. I'll give you a number, and I'm sorry for taking that much of a time. It's not our numbers. It's relevant, acceptable institution. I saw a statistic last week It gives an entire OPEC countries a 4% historical responsibility on CO2 emissions.
4%.
4%. The US, 24%. The EU, 16%. China, I think, is 22%. So how on earth one would accept that we will assume an equal or similar responsibility when we only had that 4% out of this 100%? And this is the very issue of why climate change negotiation has been suffering, is this sense of inequality. However, I must admit that in Sharm el-Sheikh, in Dubai, I think the setup is being reformed. Realism has started to emerge, and as a result of that realism, the resetting of the debate is coming. And luckily, now it is politically correct to speak up. But look at what happened. This is not even 3 years, almost 2 months. It will be from the La La Land thing to now. Look how people are converging now to a different thing.
So the needle has moved on that conversation in the last couple of years.
This is not the end of it, because again, we're at it again.
Do you think there's a risk for the needle to go back again to the other extreme?
I think we need a needle that goes to more realism and practicality and sense of acceptance that there are things that are daydreams and there are things that can really happen. And based on that, realism will further allow everybody to cooperate. I believe in the bottom approach. I even apply it in my institution that I manage. You cannot ask, and how hypocritical, to be honest. Now, my problem is that I'm forthright, and so bear with me. It is so hypocritical. And I have the Indonesian minister here next to me. How on earth do you ask Indonesia to forfeit its economy, its growth and responsibility, and the amount that the Indonesian government knows and admits that there is still in Indonesia a serious amount of energy poverty and a clean cooking issue to masses of people? How could you ask a country like Indonesia, a country like Nigeria, a country like Ghana, like Madagascar, and that's why we are signing with the Islamic Bank an agreement today. I have a lady here. She can speak to you about what she saw with her team, and I'm so proud of that team because most of them are Saudi females. In their first visit to Madagascar, they were hosted by the president and his wife. And they really went and saw the community and saw with their own eye how people in a daily struggle try to make ends meet, which is basically cutting trees, setting fire on those trees. And this is not a practice of the Madagascars. It's a common practice everywhere in Africa. It's a common practice in so many places in Southeast Asia. But to make ends meet, people would cut trees, which we're getting rid of sinks, in accordance to the climate change discussion, converting them, set fire on them, converting them into charcoal, going to the market, selling that charcoal, make money, buy their food, and use some of that charcoal in cooking their food. And they're living in these so-called bungalows, heaths, burning that charcoal by virtue of science, expose them to that amount of smoke that they have to inhale. So it's a good cause of death, and the number are astonishing, or at least sickness. This is the day-to-day of life, people. Now, the numbers we have on clean cooking is, I think it's 2.2. In an event on the Middle East Cup that we hosted in October, I did mention, I still want to mention it again here, I don't know what kind of survey that was made to come up with that 2.2 billion. So my guess is that give it a 20 to 30% each way. But if it even 100 million people, why would you ask people in Madagascar, to name Madagascar, to go into renewable when they barely don't have a mean to have an electricity? How could you equate those people? And I'm not condescending, but I'm just giving people a realism onto this debate, that how could you get Indonesia to bear a responsibility for climate change, or for that matter Nigeria, with all the things, the good things that they are trying to do to really reset their economy and improve their lot, when you are going to build them by a heavy bill, that it will take huge amount of resources that could have been used in different ways that enable them to serve and solve more serious problems. And this is the kind of condescending, top-bottom approach that is really has to be reset. It is being reset, and we'll continue fighting for that reset to happen. We're not fighting to avoid attending to climate change. We're fighting to attend to climate change in a fair manner that would endure that remedy. I'm sorry for taking so much of it.
Not at all, Your Highness. But from the questions you've raised, some of the points you've mentioned, I would like to pose these to Dr. Indrawati. Your Excellency, as one of the largest and fastest growing economies, how does Indonesia reconcile and balance its commitment to a fair and just energy transition on the one hand, and on the other hand, to meet the requirements of energy security and your own national development goals?
Thank you so much, Your Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz. It's really an honor for me to be here, President Al-Jasser. I think the discussion regarding the energy security, sustainability, and affordability, the trilemma that you just mentioned, and how this need to be put within the national country context, while at the same time also taking care of the earth, which is we all live in the same planet. This is going to be one of the most important public policy challenges. I agree fully with Your Royal Highness regarding how each country need to have their own, what you call it, national, both option and strategy, because at the same time, like Indonesia, as you mentioned, that we among the sixth largest economy in the world, and we are growing by 5% in the past 15 years, and want to grow even more. And each 1% growth of our economy will require energy demand, which is 1.5 higher. Because when the people prosperity increase, they consume more energy, and that needs to be satisfied. So the question is, when Indonesia will continue growing and to become a high-income country, and it will continue demand more energy, how we are going to, at the same time, committing ourselves and delivering our commitment on reducing the CO2. For the Indonesia, maybe we are lucky because we have the renewable energy also as a potential source of energy. So the choice is there. We have coal, we have oil, we have gas, we have hydro, we have geothermal, which is 40% of the reserve of geothermal in the world. So for Indonesia, maybe different from other countries which have no choice, we have those choices. When Indonesia in Paris Agreement and agree again that we should be realistic, pragmatic, and also holding this common and differentiated responsibility, I think this is very important. So when countries, other countries, advanced countries, especially asking for the energy transition in Indonesia, our approach is saying this: okay, we have all this potential, but to transition toward a green energy, it will require a lot of money. Our calculation to deliver the Paris Agreement is around $285 billion. And out of this, 260 is actually for the energy transition. The second question, as a finance minister, not energy minister, is who's going to pay? Is it coming from my budget? I don't have, I have money, but not all for energy. For education, health, road, and others still get. So we start talking about this realistic approach by presenting the real case for Indonesia. So when we were asked, okay, Indonesia, can you reduce coal and increase more your renewable in our energy mix? Currently, renewable is 23% of total energy mix in Indonesia. We want to increase into 30%. Even asking about retiring our coal power plant earlier. Then I matched those challenges by saying that, okay, let's pick one power plant and we will retire it. They're supposed to 30% at 30 years operation. We reduce it into 23 years, so 7 years reducing this operation. It will reduce this much CO2, but it will cost because the investment is supposed to be for 30 years, now cut into only 24. Who's going to pay for the investor? This 7-year revenue foregone. So with this kind of discussion, Your Royal Highness, I actually putting this by saying to all, especially the advanced country, which is asking Indonesia to be more forceful on cutting more coal, by saying that, okay, it will require $2.4 billion investment, present value into around $500 million. That means this is the loss that need to be paid. So now I'm asking, because President Al-Jazeera talking about MDBs, if this is going to be the money that compensate of reducing only one power plant, it will then need to have somebody who's financing it. For sure, it's not from my budget. So it's supposed to be from the MDB who's asking me. You pay me with concessional in this case. Hard to bargain in this case, but that's good. So if you talk about target, you have to talk about financing, then you talk about who's going to pay for that. I think with that kind of more realistic, pragmatic approach, we can actually presenting, when Indonesia also was among the few countries who has this just energy transition program, which is announced during the G20, we actually now talking more about, there are a lot of appetite to invest in renewable energy, but less appetite in talking about transmission and distribution. Indonesia is a very big country, as you can imagine. This is archipelago country. If you talk about hydro, the location of the river and hydro is actually in an island which is far from the source of growth or the demand for energy. So you really need to have to build this transmission and distribution. That's really expensive. So that's also another. Geothermal is also scattered. That will require energy to be transported or distribution, which is also costly. So we are doing more on estimating the real cost of increasing even renewable by actually putting the need of the investment. But at the same time, for the fossil fuel-based energy, we will continue going to use it, because you cannot afford. But even the United States still have coal, Europeans still actually having coal, Germany have a coal in this case, Japan is still having a coal. So the question is actually more on what you asking to your Royal Highness about the discussion about transition, which is need to be transitioned in a way, transform it. So we discuss more on a pragmatic way, in order for us to be able to say that fossil fuel will be still used. If you are going to introduce energy to carbon capture this fossil fuel, this technology belong to which country or which parties? Are they going to be accessible at what cost? Again, as a Minister of Finance, I'm going to ask who's going to pay for that cost for capturing the CO2 for the same fuel, energy, fossil fuel. I think Saudi and Aramco, I heard from Minister of Finance, Al-Jadaan, mentioned that your CO2 emission is much lower than the average other the energy. That can be a very, very good benchmark for many other fossil fuel. But for renewable, you still need a new investment. So for Indonesia, reconciling these three, that is affordability, sustainability, and security of energy, we are going to put it not in a trilemma will come up when there is no money. But if you have money, you can afford to have these three objectives. The question, the money is there, so who's going to channeling it in what term that we are going to be able to design a sustainable energy, which Indonesia has a lot of potential, renewable. Sustainability will be achieved, but the just energy not necessarily, because I think the concept of just is actually not saying that, hey, Indonesia, you develop renewable and you just close your fossil. That will not be just, because it will imply a huge cost for the country, as mentioned earlier. So we really discuss more on the costing. And then affordability is another thing. Sometimes we are dealing with the coal, which is very cheap, or gas, which is also very cheap, comparing to, for example, hydro or solar and others. The cost can be like front-loading bigger, but can be sliding. So the question is how long you are going to invest until you reach the cost per kilowatt hour, which is comparable. That kind of thing, the debate can be put within the context of a concrete and realistic, as Royal Highness mentioned earlier. Realistic because we put on the table with the current technology, this is going to be requiring to transition Indonesia toward more energy sustainability, but also not compromising the security and affordability of the energy.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Dr. Al-Jasser, when you're looking back on a half a century of developmental work and developmental footprint, how does the ISDB view the interlinkages between the energy sector and the wider development priorities? And in that respect, how important is South-South cooperation, which you've mentioned in your opening remarks, and the solidarity between these countries moving forward in light of the global changes taking place?
Thank you very much. Energy, as I mentioned, is really in the center of the development process of every country, industrial, developing, or what have you. And therefore, that development that is in our DNA, that's what we were created for, to promote development in our member countries. We know it's not going to take place if there is no energy, or if energy is so expensive that it is beyond the reach of these developing countries and their productive sectors. Therefore, from the outset, from the creation of the institution, energy has taken a significant part of our lending. We have lent about $73 billion, actually, which is about 40% of our overall lending to energy. But we, from the outset also, we were very cognizant of the restrictions that may happen against certain types of energy. Being a South-South institution, we have the luxury to say only what the South believes is in the best interests of these developing countries. And therefore, we have not accepted that only renewable energy will be financed. We, as His Royal Highness and Her Excellency mentioned, we're not climate change deniers, far from it. But it is really how do we help these countries achieve their own development goals without sacrificing more important things. So in the case of the Islamic Development Bank, I'll give you one example. There is a pipeline that is supposed to carry gas from Nigeria all the way to Morocco and then across to Europe. Many MDBs were not able to come and finance. We financed the feasibility study. If we were not a South-South institution, if we were not independent in our view of things, if we are not aware of pragmatic elements involved in this process, we would not have been able to do it. We have been very big in financing. For example, today I had the minister from Tajikistan, and we were talking about the Rogon Dam, a very important project. It's very environmentally sound, and it has a lot of developmental impact. Okay, they want to do it, and they can afford it, so we are willing to help them. But we are also there for others that may have other sources of energy in their countries, and they want to develop them. We will be there with them side by side. We're not going to tell our member countries, I think as was mentioned earlier, okay, you can burn, you can do logging, you can burn all the wood in the country, or you can, okay, your population can continue to use animal dung for cooking and all of that. We're not going to say that. We're going to say development is paramount, and it has to be, and the energy transition has to be fair and has to be doable for these, especially the poor countries like the Madagascars and the others that have been mentioned.
Your Royal Highness, so Dr. Al-Jasser just mentioned an important note, which is countries need to be able to fully capitalize on their natural endowments in order to meet genuine local development needs. Now, throwing in some numbers here, looking at the US and Canada, for example, their oil and gas production, ladies and gentlemen, has grown since the year 2000 by almost 90% to more than 40 million barrels of oil equivalent per day, 40 million. Today, the US is the largest oil and gas producer. It is the largest LNG exporter. And in 2022 and 2023 combined, the US has led the world in approvals for oil and gas projects in terms of barrels of oil equivalent of reserves. Yet some countries are being told to keep its natural gas in the ground, particularly in Africa today. So, shouldn't these countries lead by example? Or, Your Highness, American freedom gas is halal and African gas is haram?
Well, for that question to be answered, you should go to the Mufti and he would. Yeah, all of this nuance goes into the kind of, if I could call it, the intellectual dichotomy that people live with in a day-to-day basis. It's the agony, again, it is all emanating from a condescending culture. I keep mentioning it. Yesterday I mentioned it in another event, a year or two, I think I mentioned it. It's this so-called, with all the respect to our friends from Egypt, it is pharaonic concept, which was mentioned in the Quran. I make you see what I see, and I lead you to the right path. And this kind of condescending approach, mimicking what I have mentioned yesterday, it could be emanating from some sort of a religion, a dogma, which differentiate people between being a believer, as I said, I think 2 days ago, or an unbeliever. And if you are a believer, you will go to heaven. And if you are non-believer, you will go to hell and you will be burned by unabated fossil fuel. This is the kind of this is the kind of this is the kind of attitude. However, it's been, as you have rightly said, it's been resented, it's resentful, it's been challenged, it's been and again, it's been demeaning for people to be constantly pressured and cornered into having to either to accept or you will be challenged in some way or another.
But Your Royal Highness, can we call a spade a spade? Could it be just plain racism? Yeah, someone has to say
No, I'm not getting
because,
there. I'm not.
Because it's really, some people, you've lived in poverty, you can continue to live in poverty for a few extra decades.
But then
Is that it?
Then you're drafting me to borrow from Martin Luther King's speeches, and I've got a dream and what have you. So we're gonna get there too. No, I think it's a sensation that people are still believing that the old days have not gone and passed. And the fact that you have African countries, Southeast Asian countries, Middle Eastern countries, all of the above, Latin American countries, are not truly conscious of what is good for them and what is important for them. And their negotiating skills are limited, and their technical competence is minute. And because of that, one can exert pressure here and there and move people to what I would call it, pushing people to the herd mental approach. I lead and people follow, and I put what I keep calling it the lollipops, and these lollipops are sufficient to keep. Some of it has happened, unfortunately, and people get accustomed to that. And one of these things, which I feel extremely sorry for, is the very issue that people fought for 30 years, 32 years, 31 years, ever since Rio de Janeiro summit. The concept of loss and damage was recognized. And mostly African countries put the fight over 31 years of having people to recognize that concept. It only happened once in Sharm el-Sheikh, and luckily because it was hosted by Egypt, and because Egypt is part of North Africa and part of Africa, so at the last minute, they had to concede to put together a language that says we will address it in the forthcoming COP. And you know what happened? Just before the beginning of COP 28, all of a sudden, to be honest, discussed, it was agreed that there will be a fund that will be created for the amount of $600 million, with all due respect to the World Bank, to be managed by under chapter, whatever they call it, which is managed by the World Bank, which means associating it to that chapter or that arrangement, the bank will take 25% of that amount for management of the fund, which leaves the whole thing to a merely 450 million. I remember...
Wall Street banks will be envious of that management fee.
I remember people were talking about billions. And I have yet to discover what happened, that people all of a sudden compromised this and ended up creating a fund for really nothing more than 450 million. Can anybody tell me what a $450 million fund will do because it was to do with adaptation? How countries in all these regions would benefit from a $450 million fund to enable them to adapt to climate change? I don't know. So I have to say it also, that there is deficiencies from our side, those, the like-minded group, the African group, the Asian group, for having to fend off for our own interests. And if you don't, you will be compromised and you will be swallowed. And that's why through this forum, I urge people to bond and work together, because clearly one of the things that we did when we first, we were the first to get engaged on this climate change negotiation. And to this present time, 3 of the people that had negotiated and been part of that negotiation are, one of them is actually a current minister in the Saudi government. The very thing that they put in the fair early going is the principle that all decisions have to be done by consensus, is the savior of the day. And I have to be proud to say that it was Saudi Arabia that fought like hell to induce that language. We were the only people, more or less, attending this meeting viciously. It was held in Geneva in late 80s, early 90s, and they would have this meeting continue 24/7, 24 hours. So we even had to bring more resources to ensure that somebody will be present, where you have something physical to say, I am representing Saudi Arabia, where if they come and start discussing things in a very funny or issues, he will be able to go and alert working people to come. But this is the kind of tactics that they use, which is 3-4 days continuous negotiation. Had we not imposed that language, I don't know what would have happened.
Dr. Indrawati, let's talk a little bit into the specifics, into the mechanisms of financing the energy security. The theme of energy transition was one of 3 priority areas for the Indonesian G20 presidency in 2022. And in the Leaders Summit of G20 in November of that year, Indonesia launched the Energy Transition Mechanism Country Platform, the ETM. Could you please describe to us the main features of this initiative and how does it contribute to promoting the fair and just energy transition in the country?
I think this is one of the very important development, but also strategy, and for Indonesia to first making sure that our own interests on energy security and affordability can be implemented. And at the same time, also we know that the global and geopolitics, as mentioned by His Royal Highness, is becoming one of the contexts that need to be managed. So we cannot totally ignore, as President Al-Jazeera mentioned, the source of funding of the development can come from many different sources. So for us, for Indonesia, how we are going to pursue this energy security, affordability, and sustainability at the same time, while also making sure that the financing is there. One of the initiatives during the G20 presidency of Indonesia is the just energy transition. In which for many advanced countries, they promoting more the just concept. For us, we also say that it can be just, but we cannot affordable. If it is not affordable, it will not be delivered. So we put the word affordability within the 3 concepts of affordability. Affordability for the people to be able to get the energy which is cheap enough. Affordable for the business, because Indonesia economy will not be competitive if energy too pricey, too expensive, and affordable from the budget of the government, because we sometimes provide subsidy and incentive for any development, including renewable or even fossil fuel and so on. So we are discussing on that. Then the JETP was announced with $21 billion. But just like His Royal Highness mentioned, in many of the events, usually you love to announce something, especially with the big number, although this one on loss and damage is not even 1 billion. But I've been in many of the UNFCCC meeting in which they always say that, oh, there are trillions of money there. And I always said as a finance minister, I don't need those trillion. I need 100 billion, but real. It's not only speech, but really real. So for example, like energy transition in Indonesia will require 265 billion. This is including for the transmission, distribution, renewable energy, and also the technology to carbon capture for the fossil fuel. So we are discussing about this energy transition mechanism country platform that we announcing it is actually a mechanism for Indonesia to present to so many stakeholders. MDBs is there. There is World Bank, ADB, AIIB, Islamic Development Bank, they are all within those. We also see an interest from the private sector, like investment bank. We also see philanthropic, like Bloomberg. We also have, for example, like the Amazon and other Rockefeller Foundation, which is they want to also play a role in this. And we also have a private sector, both domestic and global. So for us, in order for us to be able to discuss, as mentioned by His Royal Highness, the ability to negotiate and the competency to protect our interests within this context of global politics is very important. I agree fully. And that's why, in this case, within the Ministry of Finance, we try to continue developing both understanding the subject that we are discussing, but the financing need to be within that context, because sometimes those who can negotiate on a technicality is not talking about the financing side. So this is become one package. This energy transition mechanism country platform providing those platform in which this is the manager of the ETM is the special mission vehicle under the Ministry of Finance. So we can protect any negotiation which is then have the financial implication, making sure that this is not then become the burden of our budget. Because the easiest way is just, oh, I want that program, this program, and then suddenly the bill coming to the Ministry of Finance. And suddenly we see that if you are getting this bill, it will competing with other development objective and goal. So with this ETM, we were able to then providing a level playing field and platform to discuss. For example, I mentioned earlier, if you want to talk about retiring coal, this is the price that you have to pay. Who's going to pay it? If we are going to develop more renewable, this is the price that we have to pay, and who's going to invest? This is maybe more investment appetite on that. But if we talk about Indonesia is now just recently finding the new biggest gas reserve, and that will then need to be developed. It is very hard to find the financing because, as mentioned, the global context is becoming a little bit less appetite on that. But we still can secure if we put carbon capture within this development context. It will increase or it will add more investment requirement. And that's the question that now we are discussing about what kind of scheme like take or pay or costs that can be then put within the context of investment that will be compensated, whether in the form of the price as well as revenue sharing with the investor. That is the discussion that we are having. So we are continue having this option. Renewable energy for one thing, transmission distribution is another thing, and then fossil fuel based still, but with carbon capture, but the consequence of the investment costs that put within the context of this burden sharing. So that when we talk about just or fairness, we are going to put this cost and then questioning who's going to pay for this one. That will make a concrete approach of what we call it, this idea about common but differentiated responsibility.
President Al-Jasser, Her Excellency just mentioned the financing needs for this transition and ensuring also energy security. The global economy has been moving steadily towards a cleaner energy transition. Global developments are shaping up accordingly as the demand for energy investments, both in the green space and in hydrocarbons, are on the rise. what could the future role of MDBs like the ISD in addressing the financing gap that is out there faced by many developing countries?
First, I want to thank His Royal Highness for providing a voice for the voiceless. Because for a long time, the poor developing countries did not have their voice heard. They did not have the platform, they did not have the champions. Now I think there is, thank you, Your Royal Highness. And I can assure you the Islamic Development Bank also has been at the forefront. We are very active within the international community, particularly of MDBs. The head of the Islamic Development Bank is a member of the heads of MDBs, and we meet frequently now, and we make sure that that view is heard. And also, we like to explain that it's not just the titans, of energy producers and energy consumers that are really the issue. The issue is that family in Africa or in Asia or in Latin America that barely can find the cooking fuel. Because if we don't bring it to that level, then people will not sympathize with us. They would think that, yeah, they are fossil fuel-rich people and they're just trying to, to protect them. No, we're talking about lives and livelihoods. And this is very, very important for us. And I think the financing you said, I think His Royal Highness probably was alluding to something that was mentioned in Glasgow when Mark Carney, you remember, in Glasgow mentioned those trillions, that we never saw. Every time I see Mark, who's a great friend, former central bank governor, he says, where are the trillions? Oh, they are in the banks and the institutions. Well, we need to come down to reality and pragmatism. And therefore, when we say fair and just transition, that has a lot of meanings, and I think Minister Indrawati mentioned it. So we will provide financing within, of course, our abilities, and we do it with also all of the other Arab lending institutions. There is the Arab Coordination Group. We compare notes, and we go out and we finance some of these projects, like the hydro dams that we have financed together. And that helps a lot with the transition and with the creation of sufficient energy to fuel these economies. But we will never have enough amounts of money. And therefore, the transition has to take that into account. Hopefully, those who created the problem in the first place will wise up and maybe contribute more through their institutions, and not to prevent those countries with fossil fuel resources from developing those resources, because usually they are doable, but if you don't get the financing, then the energy will not be there and the development will not be there, so it's a lose-lose proposition.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Highness, the world is facing the prospects of a quick and costly transition to a low-carbon energy system. At the same time, recently, just to look at some of the recent news, the West has been warning China not to flood the world with cheap, clean energy exports. So are we now drawing the line on energy transition when it could hurt the bottom lines of some certain industries in Europe or the US? You mentioned in one of your panels at the WEF here in Riyadh that to overcome the climate challenge, the world cannot work in silos. And no one country alone can do it, no one region alone can do it. It's a global challenge that we need to address collectively. So the question is to you, Your Highness, with the rise of the geostrategic competition and the global trade fragmentation and protectionism, what is the fate of this whole green transition? How does it impact it?
Well, can I just remind people of a data that I forgot to mention. You talked about production of oil and what have you. Do you know that we are second to, I think, Norway when it comes to Scope 1 and Scope 2? We are number 2, second to, I think, Norway when it comes to Scope 1 and Scope 2 on emissions. Do you know of CO2? We are also number 2 when it comes to methane emissions. I ask you, why should we be lectured about reducing our emissions by the very countries that are, their ranks are number 12 and 11 and 7 and 8 and 9? Isn't it, I sometimes go out of my way by say, you know what, let's have a workshop and we will show you what we did, so please do what we did. So you don't talk to us about doing something that we've already done, while said your rank is way low. In fact, at the pre-CUP, I did mention it before 60 ministers and so many NGOs, and I think there is a record for that. That has been a topic for me, what you have mentioned now. I would put it back somewhere in January 22. We had an event in Kapsark, and I was interviewed by Daniel Yergin. And there is a 7-8 minutes, I could send it to you, Mohammed, and to your organizers, they can share it. Exactly, precisely, I was alluding to what you have just mentioned, in the context that there will be, in transitioning, using the narrow band approach, you would have more and more infights over resources, metals, minerals, all of the above. That gets into the components of the new or renewable technology, energy source, including the electrification, including, which means that slowly and surely you will have not only competition on minerals and mining and what have you, and already there is an established lead on that. You will see competition on the cars, the grids, all of the components that will get into this preferred transition by some. And eventually, you will see that a country like China had taken the lead and is competitive to others. And this is the precepts of what you have just alluded to. And I actually said, enumerating more of, in the plural sense, what would be the challenge of the future. And I think I remember ending that response to that question by Dan. I said, if people were worried about cartels and the evolution of OPEC as another new and improved cartel or OPEC Plus, I don't think that they have seen the real cartel that's yet to come. So I think what you see now is the presetting of the concerning by others on how things will evolve. Unfortunately, the remedy is border taxes, this and that, incentive programs that are exclusive. So yes, I did mention in that intervention with Daniel that the word may go into silos. Now they're giving it a different name, a much more finer name. They, I think, call it fragmentation, which is the same. Now, I ask you, how much time, effort was placed to bring about globalization? Yes, in the 80s it took Reagan, Thatcher to bring about new and improved international trade system. How much people fought to bring GATT and what have you to a world, WTO with its own disciplines and what have you and what have you. So to me, we may end up reversing back to what we have learned from as a lesson, tough lesson, that silos and fragmentation bring trade wars, and eventually they bring reduction and calamitous results to the world economy.
Dr. Indrawati, Indonesia has launched the Comprehensive Investment and Policy Plan to net zero its power sector by 2050, hoping to unlock some of the $20 billion in funding from the G7 and other financial institutions under the Just Energy Transition Partnership. This type of program has also been agreed with other countries such as South Africa and Vietnam, but it seems that this JETP funding is mostly made up of high-interest loans, and only a small part of it is in grants. So my question to you is, are you concerned that emerging countries such as Indonesia and other LDCs could eventually fall back into a new debt trap, where developmental aid is just repackaged as climate transfers, climate-related transfers, keeping the global South dependent and beholden to debtor countries?
Oh, first, the commitment to have a net zero for the energy by 2050 will require a lot of investment, as I mentioned earlier. This is to increase more renewable from currently 23% into 30% by 2030, but even more into 40%. And the role of the fossil fuel is going to be less, but it doesn't mean that you are actually closing, because if energy by 2050, Indonesia economy will grow further, the demand for energy is going to be continue higher. And that's exactly how you will need more portion of the renewable without sacrificing the non-renewable. The second one, the JETP, or Just Energy Transition Partnership, which is announced during the G20, and now there are 3 countries, Indonesia, South Africa, as well as Vietnam. I think we have a different in terms of what is the framework means for each country. For Indonesia, 21 or 20 point something billion, 20.6 billion of this Just Energy Transition Mechanism, 50% is public, 50% is private. On the private, meaning that it is commercial. And now with the interest rate globally, which is higher for longer, that's definitely is going to have a cost much expensive. For the public sector, not necessarily all concessional, just like in Islamic Development Bank and ADB World Bank, they have which is non-concessional and then concessional. The grant is actually very tiny, only 300 million out of this 220 billion. So your question regarding whether this is going to add more debt burden for a country, Indonesia on the debt policy as well as the policy on fiscal has been very prudent. In the past 20 years, Indonesia not allowed to have a deficit more than 3% for each fiscal year, and the total debt should not exceed 60% of GDP. That put Indonesia, even after pandemic, our debt to GDP now is only 39% of GDP, and the deficit has been declined from 6 to 1.6% last year. So on the debt, Indonesia may not be an issue. Other countries may not in a position like Indonesia, because after a very long struggle with their development hit by the pandemic, they have the debt level which is currently maybe above 60%. Some even developing countries already reached 90%, that their budget revenue will be only paid for their debt service. So they don't have fiscal space anymore. So their problem will be much more acute. I don't think in this case, when you talk about affordability of this climate change agenda, whether you are talking about adaptation or for in Indonesia, we need to also do the mitigation, they have the money and fiscal space to do that. So that's why for them, they need grant. and they need to address their current debt problem also. So it's a combination of many problems which is already facing with many developing countries. And that's need to be addressed. I think globally now more than 60 countries is facing with a debt problem, chronic one. So it will not even continue doing on your development goals unless your fiscal and debt problem can be solved. But for Indonesia, we have a different fiscal situation, although I must say that it doesn't mean that we are complacent with this situation. We have to be very careful because global situation change very rapidly. As I mentioned earlier, also with geopolitical fragmentation that's create a disruption on a trade, investment, as well as the appetite to invest. So Indonesia have to be continue very vigilant and careful in managing. But I think we have still an option for this kind of situation. On the JETP, as President Al-Jazeera mentioned, when the G-funds and those private sector, which is talking about trillion, so we put it within this JETP and they committing about 10 billion. We look at them and say that if this is too expensive, we are not going to use this. Because Indonesia still have an option. For example, when we issue SDG bonds or Sukuk Green in this case, we have interest rate which is much lower than what they offer. So why we have to take this money which is actually much more expensive for the agenda which is not benefiting only Indonesia but also the world. So these are all usually the question. Not to mention that many of the carbon reduction cannot be capitalized. There is no carbon market which is robust yet. What does it mean for Indonesia to continue maintaining the forests and get all this carbon credit but cannot be capitalized? What does it mean for Indonesia in reducing the CO2 into net zero emission for the energy, but our effort cannot be capitalized without any of this recognition of the carbon price and carbon market. So a lot of homework still need to be done at the global level, and that's why the voice of Saudi in this case, by putting more pragmatism, but at the same time also constructive in making this conversation not becoming ideological. Because if they become ideological, there is no room for discussion. You're only saying that you are right or wrong, you are haram and halal, hell, heaven. So then you cannot make this kind of discussion, which I think needed for all of us to address the issue, because at the end we are sharing the same planet. So we have to take care of our planet together. Thank you.
Before I pose my question to Dr. Al-Jaser, just here an information data that I got, which tracks the international public financial flows in support of clean energy in developing countries. These flows started decreasing before COVID and continued to do so in 2021. These amounted in 2021 to $10.8 billion, dropping more than 11% from 2020, and it's 5% less than the average of 2010 to 2019. So this will definitely, this decreasing trend in international public financial flows will affect LDCs very much. Dr. Al-Jaser, so, you know, ISDB is known for supporting national development efforts in its member countries, including, of course, the energy sector. We just heard from Her Excellency about Indonesia's ETM initiative. Tell us how ISDB is involved in this initiative as well, and what has it done and is doing to support that?
Thank you very much, and I'm cognizant of the time,
yes,
particularly that His Royal Highness and I will be witnessing the signing of an agreement. The Islamic Development Bank is involved, and we partnered with our Indonesian colleagues on the transition mechanism platform, with also the Asian Development Bank and the World Bank. And we're engaged in other forms also of financing. We are, as you know, we're very much also focused on projects that use energy efficiently. For example, we have a train in the Senegal, we have an electric train in Egypt, we have the hydro plants, be it in Pakistan, in Turkey, in in Tajikistan also. We are involved in all of these areas to smooth the transition for our member countries into a more sustainable energy mix. It's not easy. The financing is not sufficient. And those that have the wherewithal, if you will, are not really being generous enough. I mean, they're generous with their lectures, but they're not generous with their assistance and help for the member countries. But we're doing well. I think our member countries are keeping their eye on the ball, that development is the most important thing. And we use the instruments available. Her Excellency mentioned the sukuk, for example, the green sukuk. That is one of the innovations that we've had. Anytime you have a green project, you can issue sukuk against it. Once you have those green sukuks, you can create green assets against it. And then you have a virtuous cycle triggered into the process, and we're already there. This year, for example, is going to be a bumper year for us. We're going to be issuing $6 billion of sukuk. Some of it will be green sukuk. So those will help our member countries, and this is our way of helping and not waiting too long to bring about that change.
Thank you, President. I guess this is the time we have for this session, so please, a round of applause to the esteemed panelists. I'm afraid we don't have time for any questions or Q&As, which we promised at the beginning, so I'm very sorry. But Dr. Indriati, thank you very much for your insights. I will ask both gentlemen to stay with me here on the stage, because we are going to witness, you will be witnessing the signing of the MOU for the establishment of a trust fund dedicated to the provisioning and to the access to clean cooking in ISDB member countries between the ISDB and the Oil Sustainability Program at the Ministry of Energy in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Signing this MOU will be Engineer Mohammed Haytham Al-Tayyar, the CEO of the OSP program, and signing on behalf of the ISDB is Dr. Mansour Mukhtar, the Vice President of Operations at the ISDB. Please, gentlemen, please come to the stage, and I would ask Dr. Al-Jasser and His Royal Highness to witness the signing. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Please be seated. We'll be starting in a few minutes' time. We're just waiting for some people to come in. Inshallah, we'll start now. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Can I ask the panelists to please join me up on stage, and we'll be starting the session now. Assalamu alaikum. Distinguished panelists, honored guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you all for joining us this afternoon for the second session in the Future Vision Symposium. This morning, for those who are with us, we would have explored the issue of energy security, affordability, and sustainability, and looked at the importance of energy in terms of sustainable development. It seems a lot longer than 3 days since we started these annual meetings, and the first side event that we had in this very room focused on multidimensional poverty in ISDB member countries. Today, for the second session in the Future Vision Symposium, we are going to be looking at the second critical element for development, one of the cross-cutting issues being the role of financing, and in particular, Islamic finance with a particular focus on sukuk markets. My name is Arif Suleiman. I'm the ISDB Group Chief Economist, and I will be your moderator for today. Over the past few days, we have listened to policymakers, renowned scholars, and also international experts on the key development challenges facing our member countries. And one of the key issues that has emerged throughout those discussions is the importance of financing and how to best scale up that financing. In today's session, we seek to look at the role of Islamic financing, particularly the sukuk market, as a means of boosting innovative financing. Over the past few decades, or past 2 decades, we have witnessed significant growth in the Islamic finance industry, and the industry has been estimated to reach $5 trillion. We've heard the president this morning mentioning the $5 trillion potential, and this is not just in ISDB member countries, but also across the globe. So we are starting to see many countries, advanced economies, emerging markets, developing countries, all looking to use Islamic financial instruments to mobilize resources and finance projects. Despite this remarkable growth, there still remains significant untapped potential, which we believe once unleashed could be a game changer. Now, sukuk remains an important element of the Islamic financial industry, playing a significant role in development financing and serving as a Sharia alternate to conventional bonds. We are starting to see government sukuk playing a greater role, addressing public financing needs and supporting large-scale infrastructure projects. The integration of environmental and social considerations is also driving the development of green, social, and sustainability offerings. Despite its broad offerings, we still see high levels of concentration, with over 80% of outstanding sukuk belonging to a handful of markets. Clearly, a long way to go before this is mainstream globally. I'm honored today to introduce our esteemed panelists who will seek to answer some key questions on what is required to grow this industry, how can this be done, what are some of the key trends, challenges, and what are the possibilities as we move forward. So in terms of the panelists we have today, they bring to the table over 1 century of collective wisdom in Islamic finance. So clearly a young panel with a lot of experience and expertise. We have first Dr. Riyad Shabsheikh, who is the Secretary General of the Islamic Financial Services Board and has previously been with the IMF. Dr. Adnan Zailani, Deputy Governor of Bank Negara, who is also on the Islamic Financial Services Board and the Board of Executive Committee of the International Islamic Liquidity Management Corporation, as well as the International Center for Education at the Islamic Finance University. We have also honored to have with us today Sheikh Dr. Muhammad Al-Ghari, who is the chairman of the ISDB Group Sharia Board. Sheikh Al-Ghari is a leading global figure and he is also an advisor to several Islamic financial institutions across the globe. He's also a member of the Sharia Board of the Dow Jones Islamic Index, and we were chatting just before the session where he highlighted that he was one of the pioneers in developing that index. Last but not least, good friend and colleague, also my boss, Dr. Zamir Iqbal, the Vice President of Finance and Chief Financial Officer at the Islamic Development Bank. Zamir has extensive experience at the World Bank and has been involved in several leading publications globally. Dr. Riyad, let's start with you. Help us set the scene for today's discussion. Any sukuk issuance requires a comprehensive ecosystem to be put in place. This includes appropriate regulations, supervisory capabilities, financial infrastructure, amongst others. If a country wants, we've heard, I've mentioned earlier that it's not mainstream. So if a country wants to issue a sukuk, what needs to be in place? What are some of the challenges they may face? And how can they navigate these challenges? So several key questions, but I think if you can help us understand just the building blocks that need to be in place.
All right, thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. I'm very delighted to be here, and your question is very pertinent, very important. But let's be clear first, what is sukuk? Sukuk is just a capital market instrument. It allows those who are issuing them to raise funding from the capital market, from long-term investors, to fund their projects. And this is very important in general, capital market. It allows the funding of projects, including for climate, including for sustainability and so on, but in the process, it generated economic growth and employment. So sukuk is simply an instrument of capital market. So to start with, you need an infrastructure that allows capital market to function in general. But then you need an adaptation to that infrastructure to be suitable for the Islamic finance industry. So what are the key elements of that? Of course, we have the issuers, those who are seeking to raise funding, and then you have the investors. The investors will be institutional investors, insurance companies, and so on. But also in case of Islamic finance, there are additional institutional investors that are very important. These include awqaf institutions, include institutions like Hajj. So these are additional specific institutions that could be very interested in investing in Sukuk. In the middle, you have the intermediaries who will basically intermediate the information and the transaction between the two parties. Now, for that intermediation, you need the instrument, and the instrument is what we call Sukuk. Now, we have to be very careful here. I mean, Sukuk is not a singular instrument. Yes, we have seen a conversion to some kind of a narrow design over the past few years, but it shouldn't be that way. There's a broad range of possibility for Sukuk structure that could be that are in line with Islamic finance principle with Sharia, but that is also could be available. But nevertheless, Sukuk in a broader generic term is the instrument for that market. Now, you need, of course, a capital market infrastructure in general to support the Sukuk. So these will include institutions to do the messaging, for clearance, for custody, for settlement, and so on. So this is a normal financial market infrastructure. Very little adaptation is really needed here for the Sukuk. So if any market, if any jurisdiction have these systems in place, they can easily utilize them to support the transaction in the Sukuk market, whether for the primary issuers or for secondary market trading. Then on top of that, of course, you need a group of people who understand this market. These are the analysts, the lawyers, who can look at these issues and they can make a decision. And of course, the Sharia scholars who will vet the validity of these instruments and the underlying asset against the Sharia principles. Then on top of that, of course, you need a very important layer, which is the legal regulatory structure. Now, the legal regulatory structure it's important for any capital market, obvious, and there are basic principles that govern these issues. And at the IFSB also, we issue a supplementary standard for capital markets that will cater for the specificity of the Islamic financial instrument. However, there are additional adaptations that need to be done in terms of taxation. Tax laws need to be adapted for Sukuk, obviously. But also, there are more fundamental issues when it comes to legal issues. There are jurisdictions who are more on the common law side. There are jurisdictions more on the civil law, and in some jurisdiction, trust fund structure, which underlie most of the transactions in Sukuk, is not permitted. So that could require fundamental changes in the basic laws, which could be difficult in many jurisdictions. So there are challenges when it comes to the legal environment. As I said, on the regulatory environment, a lot of the current disclosures and the regulation adapted in the capital market are useful. And there is a supplementary standard that we issue that could help on that front. Now, the difficulty is not, so this is in a nutshell what is needed for the capital market, for the Sukuk market to go forward. But there are some issues that need particular attention. One is practical. Now, the global capital market is roughly about $180 trillion globally. Unfortunately, the share of emerging market and developing economy, where most of the Sukuk are issued, actually, is less than 10% if you exclude China, 10, 12% probably. So it's a very small share. So most of the domestic capital market in countries that are trying to issue Sukuk are not well developed to start with for capital market transaction. So that's a basic challenge that is not related particularly to Sukuk, but it's related to the industry as a whole.
So would we first need well-functioning capital markets before we can even look at this?
Well, I mean, sequencing is always a debatable issue. Obviously, it's always a debatable issue, but there is a point that you have to start from some point. Now, and that is my second issue that I wanted to raise. In what we have seen in many jurisdictions, especially a new entrant into the Islamic financial industry, their focus is really more on issuing sovereign Sukuk, foreign currency, foreign exchange-based Sukuk for the outsiders. Now, it really helps those issuers if they have an active, well-functioning domestic sukuk market. So the general advice is not only for sukuk, but even for conventional capital market. Start with the local currency domestic sukuk. That is easier to manage, easier to prepare. If you have a viable, strong domestic sukuk market that is working very well, what we have seen over and over in many countries, it helps them in the sovereign sukuk issuance. It helps them later on going for the foreign investor, not the other way around. So these two goes hand in hand. Now, within developing the domestic market, again, another sub-layer, smaller underneath that, is the government sukuk. Government sukuk is really the foundation of any capital market, government bonds, government treasuries, and so on in conventional finance. Same thing for government sukuk. Government sukuk sets the benchmark for the market, and that will allow all the financial institutions to issue a solid, well-priced, well-managed design sukuk of the government sukuk market. So there are steps that can be taken going forward. Now, for issuing government sukuk, you need less infrastructure than if you want to go broader. So this can be sequenced, can be easily, but I think initially they have to be aware what is required at the legal regulatory effort. They have to be able to know what kind of design that comply with Sharia that is needed in the market. And then taking this forward, the government has to take the lead in starting issuing domestic currency sukuk.
Any specific challenges you may see in countries wanting to move down this road?
Yes, I think a couple of observations. Again, one of them I already mentioned it, basically people wanting to go abroad first before they develop the domestic market. This is really driving force in many jurisdictions. And understandably, they want to raise funding to fund their balance of payment. They want to raise funding to fund domestic projects, important infrastructure projects, and that's understandable. But to have a holistic development of sukuk market, you really have to put a lot more effort into developing the domestic one. The second one, we've seen the industry gravitating to a singular type of design that created complexities, in my view, unnecessary. Complexities in terms of design, complexities in terms of communication to the investor, complexity in terms of legal, Sharia issues. Maybe there is a room to expand the set of design that can be looked at. Simpler, more plain vanilla type designs that does not raise issues with the investor. If I take my, if I take my sukuk with 200 pages of documentation to an investor versus a plain vanilla bond outside, I mean, if that person doesn't care about Islamic finance or otherwise, why would anybody pick up the 200-page documentation instrument versus no documentation instrument almost? So these issues are very important to keep in mind. I think these two stand out very clearly in the past few years.
I think that's useful and a very good segue to the next panelist. And I think what you've made very clear is the need for this comprehensive ecosystem and making sure all the elements are in place. Now, equally important would be to navigate the various pitfalls and potential roadblocks along the way to make sure we take it to the next step. Now, let's take this discussion just one step further and look at a practical example. Mm-hmm. Malaysia is at the forefront in developing the Islamic finance industry and has a comprehensive business-centric Islamic finance ecosystem with a strong legal and regulatory framework. So we're already seeing some of the elements that Dr. Riyad has mentioned. Now, it also is home to the largest sukuk market in the world with 40%, I believe, of the total share of outstanding sukuk. The sukuk market has become an integral part of Malaysian capital market, where even ordinary retail investors are now participating. Clearly lessons to be learned from Malaysia. Dr. Adnan, acknowledging that there is no one-size-fits-all. Let's take this as our starting point. What advice would you give to other countries that want to emulate Malaysia's example or the success from Malaysia? What would some of the key ingredients be for this, and any lessons that could be learned from your experience that others could watch out for? So, Adnan, over to you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for having me on this panel. I think Dr. Riyad has summarized and put into perspective the whole ecosystem required, which is actually quite daunting when you hear it. being put it in that manner. For us, of course, I can basically, I suppose, affirm that many of these are certainly required, but it is a journey that we have undertaken. Our first sukuk actually was back in the 1980s, and this was actually complementary to the development of the Islamic banking itself. So the Islamic banks, the first one was set up in 1983, and as a consequence of that, there was a need for the Islamic bank to actually be able to invest in a liquid, low-risk instrument issued by the government, and the government issued its first sukuk at that time to not just the Islamic bank, but also opened up to the others as well. And over the years, we have seen that this market has grown tremendously. I mean, today, 40 years on, we have our government sukuk market is about almost half of the total government bond market, whereas our corporate sukuk market is 70% of the total corporate bond market. So in total, the sukuk market, the government and the corporate, comprises more than 1 trillion ringgit, and that is about half of the total bond market size of the country. So it has come a long way. It's 40 years of development, and we've seen Dr. Riyad mentioned the legislative frameworks that required. Certainly, that is definitely the case. The government had to amend its act in order to be able to issue sukuks, and specific procedures were developed. However, we were able to ride on the existing conventional framework, and Malaysia operates a dual framework, and that has helped in terms of fast-tracking a lot of the development of Islamic finance as well, notwithstanding that you certainly have to undertake different or relook at specificities of Islamic finance in order for it to be to use the convention system in order to fast-track the development of Islamic finance, and we took a very pragmatic approach in that. We developed for the government in particular. We were looking at government sukuk market at that time. We leveraged on the existing market infrastructure, the interbank infrastructure, to distribute the government sukuk. We rode on the law, the legislation, the existing legislation, and the contract law in order to develop the required legislative frameworks to enable sukuk issuances, which typically requires more contracts and more documentation, as Dr. Riyad mentioned. We also looked at the tax framework. Because of the nature of sukuks, it might attract more or additional taxes, and this could be cost prohibitive if we're looking at also in terms of for corporate issuers. So one attempt or one initiative that we undertook was to ensure tax neutrality to ensure that issuing sukuk doesn't disadvantage in terms of the taxes that it will attract, that would be imposed because of the structure itself. And that has really enabled...
Before you move on, there's many moving parts that you've mentioned. Any thoughts on sequencing?
I would say that, of course, the legislative requirement is a must, and that has to be revisited. But you also already need to know the structures that you would put in place. So in that sense, they can go hand in hand, because you have to have the structure and you have to have the supporting legislative framework and the regulations that can enable that. I think when it comes to the development of the market per se, for the investors, for the players, that requires a bit of push from authorities, including Central Bank and also the Securities Commission. While there is demand there, but the hurdle for it to overcome, because it's a new area of business, it requires a lot of nudging and pushing as well.
And the role of the state or the government in all of this, how strong a role has government played in the case of Malaysia to build the industry?
The government definitely has to have a strong intent, strong initiative to actually support the development of the market. It's not without effort. It does require a lot of effort, and sometimes, and as well, you need to embark on a high degree of education as well. So it has to come together with the development of the players, the talent that's required to understand, not just scholars, but also practitioners in the industry who would be able to support the market. So it will require quite a significant strategy planning in order to develop a sukuk market, and I suppose you just wouldn't be able to do it. You need to take your time to do that, and it's a long, it's a journey.
It's not an easy journey, clearly.
It's not an easy journey, but it's a very fruitful one. Yeah.
I'm sure it pays a lot of dividends in the end, as we've seen in the case of Malaysia. And clearly a lot of lessons to be learned from the Malaysian experience. Now, the Islamic finance space is a very dynamic one, and there's a lot of innovation and continuously innovating as it evolves and innovates. Now, the adoption of new technologies may end up affecting the sukuk market. Digitalization, innovation could provide more transparency, inclusiveness, and a more efficient way for issuers to tap into Islamic finance markets. However, this requires the availability of appropriate technology, the right legal and regulatory frameworks, as we've spoken about, to accommodate some of these instruments. At this point, I would like to bring into the conversation our esteemed Sheikh, Dr. El Garif, who is the chairman of the ISDB Group Sharia Board, into this conversation. Sheikh, Doctor, from your extensive global experience with various different financial institutions, how much of actual progress are we seeing on the ground in terms of innovation and the use of technology in the sukuk markets? Are we ready to embrace these new developments? And how do you see such initiatives impacting on the market as we move forward?
Thank you very much. الحمد لله نحمده ونستغفره ونستعينه ونستهديه ونصلي ونسلم على سيدنا ونبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه. Let me start by thanking the organizers, ISDB, for giving me this opportunity to address you, and of course congratulate them for 50 years of creating goodness and enhancing the welfare of all Muslims. Thank you very much. And innovation is actually a key word in the development of Islamic finance. Through innovation, we were able to solve problems and face hurdles. And Alhamdulillah, ISDB also participated very effectively in innovating in Islamic finance. And innovation was the driving force for sukuk since the very beginning. I mean, if we compare, for example, the first sukuk issued by the Central Bank of Bahrain in 1991, we found that, and compare it with the latest sukuk issued about 2 months ago by the Saudi Sovereign Fund, BIF, we see sophistication, we see innovation. We see that the simple Ijara Sukuk, which was issued in 1991, now we reached structures that are very sophisticated with a lot of details and a lot of innovations from all aspects, including Sharia, of course. And it will continue. However, although the sukuk has huge potential, which we can see very easily that we are only in the beginning of tapping this potential, through innovation we will continue. I would like to just highlight 2 projects which I'm working with 2 groups at the forefront of innovation in terms of sukuk. We all know that issuing sukuk is a very costly venture. Therefore, you rarely see sukuk that is, for instance, 100 million in size, because it doesn't make sense. It is cost prohibitive. All the sukuk issues I know are very big, 500 million, 1 billion, 2 billion, something like this. This means that the small and medium enterprise, the SMEs, cannot tap this source of finance. And we all know that small business is the cornerstone of development of any economy. Yet, they are not exactly the preferred customer of banks. So they always finding difficulty, and studies show that one of the main reasons for failures of small business is finance. Now, this group is creating a platform where they are using blockchain and the latest in technology development to make sukuk issuance can be done by a push of a button, as they say, not as simple as that, but it will reduce the cost tremendously to the point that it will make sense to issue sukuk of no more than 10 million. Now, this is a very important development, and it will be a milestone in the development of sukuk globally. And the second group is also trying to solve another problem. As we all know, for the sukuk issues, the minimum price of one sak is 100,000 riyal, maybe more for some issues. This means that only high net worth individuals and institutions and provident funds can invest in sukuk. Now, this group is trying to also create a platform using the latest technology for tokenization. So they will reduce the possibility and the opportunity for participating in the sukuk market to be very small. In other words, you can, with 100 riyals, participate in the sukuk market. This is also going to be a very important development because it will widen the scope of the market and create opportunities for regular small investors to participate in this market. Thus, also enhancing the possibility of more issuance of sukuk. So, as you can see, innovation is very important, and alhamdulillah, technology is being harnessed to help in the sukuk future.
Sheikh, while we're looking at the future and looking forward, one of the issues, clearly technology is going to help us bring down the costs, but one of the things that have recently happened is the AYOFI standards, and that's also going to impact on the way sukuk is being issued. Any thoughts on that before we go to Zamir?
Certainly. I think you are all aware that standards are very important. Without standards, the industry cannot grow. And therefore, standards and alhamdulillah, AYOFI has been around to create and issue standards for all aspects of Islamic finance, but in particular, sukuk. Now, there is already a standard for sukuk issued by AYOFI several years ago, but as you can see, things are changing. Sukuk are becoming very sophisticated. Issues that are related now to sukuk are not as they were 20 years ago. Therefore, there was a need for a new standard, which is building on the old one, but introducing some Sharia parameters for the new development in sukuk. The Majlis Shari of the AYOFI has been working on a new standard for the last, I think, probably 4 or 5 years. And they came up with a draft. So far, it is only a draft. The draft of sukuk, new sukuk standard, has been presented to the industry through exposure meetings. The first one took place in Riyadh about 6 months ago and was well attended by lawyers, by industry leaders, by Sharia scholars, by all concerned parties. And it was very, alhamdulillah, active. They have raised a lot of important points. The second one was in Dubai, the same thing. And the third one is going to take place in Kuala Lumpur next week. And there is another one in Bahrain. And the final one will be on a global scale by Zoom later this year. This is the standard already have created a lot of buzz in the industry, and The reaction, I cannot say was always very positive. Some people see certain points that may harm the rate of growth of Sukuk, may create a hurdle against more Sukuk issuance. And this has been highlighted many times in these meetings. Now, the draft, after taking all the comments from the industry, will come back to the Majlis Shar'i, and I do not expect it to be finalized before early 25. So far, we understand, and the purpose of these meetings is to know what can be done and what cannot be done. And alhamdulillah, our scholars are very capable and very open-minded, and Sharia, alhamdulillah, has never been a hurdle against what is good and what is useful and what is فيه مصلحة يعني للمسلمين. So I'd like to assure everybody that things, inshallah, will work the same, the way we want them in future. The only point that is of concern to many concerned parties, especially in banks and issuers, is one clause which made it compulsory to have ownership of Sukuk to be confirmed, perfected from Sharia and legal aspects. From Sharia and legal aspects. You all know, I am not revealing a secret, that Sukuk, since the very issuance, has been based on principles of Sharia, of course, but also on the principles of common law. And therefore, they adapted the concept of beneficial ownership. In other words, as we know in common law, we have the structure where you have a beneficial owner and the title owner. And in many precedents in the English law, it has been confirmed and established once and once again that the real owner is the beneficial owner. In case of dispute, the court, without any hesitation, confirms the ownership of the assets to the beneficial owner. And this structure is also acceptable from Sharia point of view, because it only makes the title owner a facade. It's not the real owner, and this is fine. Now, if we say that we have to have the ownership has to be perfected from Sharia and law, people understand that it will have to have true sale contract. True sale contract creates problem because the Sukuk, the assets of the Sukuk, although purchased by the Sukuk holders, we all know that they will go back to the issuer after 5 years or less or more through either an undertaking to purchase again or through other arrangements which can be seen in the different structure of Sukuk. Now, this issue is very clear. The Sharia Council of Ayufi understand, and it will be addressed again. And of course, there is no way we can create any hurdle that will retard the issuance of Sukuk. Some people exaggerate and say that this is the end of Sukuk. No. It will not be the end of Sukuk. It will be only the beginning of a new, inshallah, potential Sukuk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that and clarifying that point. It's good, very good to hear the impact that new technology and innovation is having on reducing costs, and also at the same time that the new proposed standards will not result in a decrease in the market itself. Dr. Zamir, the world appears to have been affected by the Chinese curse, the Chinese curse that goes, may you live in interesting times. Over the past few years, I think we have lived in very, very interesting times. We've seen a reversal in many of the hard-won development gains. Millions more have gone back into poverty, debt sustainability issues coming again to the fore, inflation remaining sticky, and I can go on and on and on. The world is looking towards MDBs to take them out of this panacea and take them to the next stage where hopefully they can chart a more prosperous future. Among some of the recommendations of the G20 Independent Expert Group to MDBs is to triple their sustainable lending levels by 2030. MDBs are also being pushed to become bolder, bigger, and better. Dr. Zamir, you don't have an easy response here. Any thoughts that you would like to share firstly from the recent head of MDB's meetings, and what is the ISDB doing in response to the push by the G20?
Thank you so much, Dr. Arif. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I think one of the disadvantages of being the last speaker is that you don't have nothing new to add. But inshallah, I'll try it my best.
You are his boss, so...
No, he misrepresented. I'm not his boss. Anyway, you know, just a bit of background which you mentioned. We are, since last couple of years, we have gone through a very serious macroeconomic or global challenges, starting from COVID, and suddenly, you know, many, especially the developing countries, here I'm talking about the developing countries, they faced enormous challenges. Not only they have to deal with the whole health sector, but also after once we came out of COVID, the Russian-Ukraine crisis created another hit with the food and energy crisis. And now once that one is pretty much getting better, we suddenly are facing a problem with the actual development and having a debt sustainability problem. Now, in this backdrop, during the Italian G20, a study was done on looking at the MDB's capital adequacy, and they made some recommendations. I think one of the key recommendations was that MDBs need to innovate more and be able to create more capacity. And how do they expand the lending to meet the development challenges of our member countries? Then once the G20 came in the Indian presidency, they started a review of MDB system as such, and they said, by the way, they dropped bolder, that they dropped the word bold. They say you need to be bigger, better, and more effective. So that was the main thing. Now, out of this background, again, that particular study also said you need to innovate, which means that main key idea is, which is an old way of asking, that we, the development industry or the MDBs, cannot meet the challenges of the development alone, or the ODA or the other rich countries or so, the system of development, we cannot do it alone. We need to bring in the private sector. We need to crowd in the private sector. And now the call for this bringing private sector is much higher, much stronger than before. And for this particular reason, World Bank President has set up a private sector innovation lab, where he's taking the top CEOs, including the CEOs of the HSBC, BlackRock, and others, and he's asking them to tell him how to bring the private capital in for development purposes. So this is the kind of a background. Another thing, one of the recommendations, at least, which caught my attention was into the report of experts on the MDB system. There was a strong recommendation to develop asset-based and risk-sharing products. So, which was kind of a very appetizing to me, or very attractive to me, because that links what we are going to talk about, how we can bring Sukuk, which is an asset-based instrument, to the capital market to mobilize this private capital, either through the capital markets, or either structuring something else to bring other private capital from other modes of finance. So now, when you talk about it, so look, the question comes, why in all this backdrop, Sukuk could be one way of, one tool or one innovation. First of all, Sukuk is an asset-based product. Although Sukuk comes into a different, very diverse structures, but overall, the main idea is that it has to go back into some identification of assets. So that's the one advantage. Second thing is, you'll be surprised that the word today, when they talk about climate finance and all this other thing, they talk about use of proceeds. And when we look at the Sukuk, and particularly if you look at the IDB Sukuk, we provide use of proceed very clearly upfront. So we have been doing it for so long, but the other side is now realizing and saying that, because that creates more transparency. And the other third thing is, again, as I said, Sukuk is a very broad term. It does provide that diversity, that you could have Sukuk based on sales contract, based on Ijara, Istasana, all that kind of things. Other thing which I think makes it more relevant in today's backdrop is the debt sustainability of our member countries, which means they're already constrained, they're fiscal constrained, they cannot borrow more. So how do you attract them, the foreign capital or private capital? How do you do it? So the only way is that they need to have some new instrument, whether it is asset-based or it is a risk sharing. Both of these features are features of Islamic finance, what Islamic Bank calls. Whether that happens through a PPP mode of finance or whether happens a customized special structure, that we need to, our community needs to provide that answer. So in that, and the third thing is when the Sukuk does a use of proceed, coming back to what other MDBs system is saying, when they say bigger, better, and effective, how do you measure effectiveness? Effectiveness is measured by looking at the impact, that, how impact you are making. So when in a Sukuk, you have a use of proceed and identify each project, getting the impact or effectiveness is much easier. Yeah. Rather than just writing a check, giving to a country and saying, then, you're at own, you cannot try to identify that impact. So in that context, we believe that Sukuk could provide a very good innovation for development going forward. And here, maybe just to benefit, that other MDBs have either looked at Sukuk, either invested in Sukuk. There are a couple of MDBs who are investing in our Sukuk, which means they believe in our structure and the value we provide and the mission we do. World Bank has issued a Sukuk in the past. Another MDB which we know that who are working even with us, trying to see how they could structure Sukuk. So just to answer kind of your question, that I believe that given the challenges of the global financial markets, Sukuk could provide a very good solution for many of these issues. And that will be not only a vehicle for mobilizing financing, but it will be a much more stable way of mobilizing finances because it will be based on an asset or a risk-sharing basis, which will be much more stable than just outright debt.
Any specific initiatives from the ISDB that you'd like to highlight?
Well, I think
maybe even broaden that to successes and new initiatives.
We are looking at many things in terms of the recommendation of the CAF study, and basically looking at how we can optimize our own balance sheet. But I think one initiative is our president, His Excellency President, is very keen from day one, saying that for 50 years, you have not done as much innovation as you should have done. So he is asking us, go out and try to see what solution we can provide for our member countries, which is niche kind of a solution, good solution, so the other can replicate that, benefit from it. So he has set up a working group within IDB for us to review our current product mix and look at the Sukuk structures and try to see how we can either improve on current structures or how we can even introduce new structures. we did a very comprehensive study within the bank, and we looked at that, look, what functions we are not providing to our member countries. And we found that at least there are two kinds of lending which we are not doing, which other MDBs are doing. One is a policy-based lending, which other MDB is doing, and the second one is result-based lending. So we are now looking at those different kind of potential lending and try to see how we could do. Now, I think that's where we seek the help of our Sharia scholars, that some of these challenges are that how do we create, when we give a policy lending, it does not necessarily create an asset outright, but it may be creating skill set, maybe human development, maybe exchange kind of a reforming a particular sector. So we need to have these challenges, that how we can bring those, and in such a way that we can pool them in a certain security as a sukuk, so go to the market and there's no issue of the tradability. So these are the challenges we are facing, but certainly we are, again, from the president, we have quite a bit pressure to come up with innovation and what we can do. In addition to that, as the president also mentioned, that we are part of the MDB heads. And one of the things which during spring meetings was very clear, that all the heads have one clear thing, that they all want to have MDBs as work as one system, to make sure that we, instead of competing, we complement each other and make sure that we all collaborate in such a way that minimize any kind of you would say inefficiencies, and that's where the effective part comes, or better part comes. So there's quite a bit things happening at the MDB level, which IDB is very much engaged and making our contribution with our own suggestions. So overall, I think we do see quite a bit our contribution to the global development.
And on that very point, I'm just going to do a quick sales pitch for the session 3, which is focusing specifically on MDBs and the role of MDBs in this space. Dr. Zamir, I think really interesting in terms of how the use of Islamic finance to tackle key development challenges, and welcoming to note that the bank has been thinking already about being more effective and how to do things better, and continues to innovate as opposed to sitting on its laurels and saying, alhamdulillah, we've done a good job to date. So hopefully
it's more pressure on us.
Alhamdulillah.
So that makes our job more difficult.
And it's important that we continue to make our lives more difficult so that we can have a bigger impact on the ground and make sure that we make a difference. So very useful interventions thus far, and just to take a step back, we've started from a very high level where we've looked at the overall enabling environment and what are the key elements thereof. Dr. Adnan, you went into the success of Malaysia and how that can be replicated. Sheikh Dr. Al-Ghari, you talked about a little bit on the innovation and some of the challenges currently being faced in terms of the proposed new standards. And Dr. Zamir given us insights from the MDB world, preparing us for the next session, but also how we can tackle the key development challenges. Let's, for a second, just look towards the future. And it's the same question I'm going to ask each of the panelists. Where would you like to see this industry in 10 years' time? And what would it take for us to get there? And let's start with you, Dr. Hayes.
All right, so over 20 years ago, the talk of the town on the Sukuk, everyone was excited and buoyant. And many were saying that by 2010, the Sukuk market will be over $1 trillion. I mean, we are twice as long. I mean, we're 22 years after that time, and we are nowhere near these numbers. So I am not going to say I want to see the industry at $2 trillion, whatever number it is. That is not realistic and not terribly useful. But I would like to see a few things, maybe a couple of things or 3 things. I would like to see active government involvement in developing the domestic Sukuk markets, truly being involved there, focusing on that before they start going to the sovereign Sukuk issuance, focusing on issuing their own Sukuk, because that is critical for developing the Sukuk market, Not only this, but also starting using the Sukuk market for implementing monetary policy, supporting liquidity management. So that ecosystem is critical really for the development of the Sukuk market. So I wish that in 10 years from now, I will see many, many countries where this has been implemented. From the industry side, I'm hoping to see in 10 years' time that the industry has explored the breadth that is available under Sharia to do their capital market funding. They haven't done that so far, in my humble opinion. They expanding the possibility of issuing a new instrument, simplifying the instrument, and ending with an instrument that is simple, not costly, and near what I call near plain vanilla type of structures. Is that possible? Yes, it's possible, but we need to explore it and put up the infrastructure for that. That is really critical. The industry will never grow. Look, I mean, where we are right now, if we classify many market participants in the global financial system, they classify Sukuk as an exotic. Exotics never grow. They will always remain where they are. So we need to move from exotic to the near plain vanilla instrument for the industry to grow. Finally, I would like to see the industry explicitly tackling a lot of the challenges that we are facing today, whether it's on financial inclusion, on economic development, climate, and so on, using the intrinsic strength that Sukuk and Islamic finance has in terms of being asset-based, documentation, tracking, utilization, and so on, as we explained by Brother Zamir and so on. So these three areas, if I have a wish list, I sleep and wake up 10 years from now, older, but I'm seeing all of those things happening, I will be very happy.
Dr. Adnan, let's go to your wish list then for 10 years from now. And let's keep it a bit short. So we've got 10, 15 minutes to wrap up. So where would you see, where would you like to see the market in 10 years' time, and what do we need to get there?
Okay, thank you. But before we go to the 10 years, I think that there's still a few development areas that we need to solve even now. So among them, even though we have a very sizable Sukuk market in Malaysia and globally as well, it is a very significant size. There is the issue of liquidity of the market, which is still somewhat requires a lot of improvement. Liquidity and tradability, and this is something that even for us in Malaysia, we're looking quite closely as to what are the things that we can do to enhance the liquidity of the Sukuk market, and at the international level, of course, there is looking at liquidity management issues. At least there is the IILM, the Islamic International Liquidity Management Corporation, that offers these liquidity instruments for cross-border transaction. The other aspect of development is accessibility. So there was a mention about retail Sukuk. We also have a retail Sukuk framework, but at this juncture is still costly, admittedly, compared to wholesale. So retail Sukuk is still something that requires a lot more to be done in order to gain traction and sustainability. There are issuances of corporate Sukuk, retail Sukuk in Malaysia, but they're very far and few in between. But 10 years from now, we would expect to really see continued development in the Sukuk market. And in particular, what we would want to see is how it can play a key role in a lot of our new financing needs. So this could be in green financing, in energy transition, as well as for many developing countries in infrastructure, development of key infrastructure, as well as supporting new digitalization and technological advancements, adoption of technology advancements in the economy. And lastly, I would say that from what we see in Malaysia, there is really a vast and growth and demand for Islamic assets, and we are getting, growing our, in particular, provident and pension funds continue to grow quite substantially every year in and year out, and there's a lot more demand for the assets to be fully Sharia compliant and not just and there's a lot of attention being paid to this. So the sukuk market can play a significant role in meeting the demand for these Sharia compliant assets.
Thank you very much. Sheikh Dr. Al-Gharib.
Yes. Before I address your question, I'd like to sort of remind you, I'm sure you know this, in the early 20th century, the United States faced a problem in interstate commerce because every state has its own laws, and when a merchant is trading with another merchant, one in New York, one in California, they find it very difficult because the laws are different. So a group of retired judges and volunteer lawyers and some law school professors, they met and made a group, and they created what later was known as UCC, Uniform Commercial Code. This is a law, a draft law actually, and based on the principles of common law, dispute resolution is based completely on the terms and conditions of the contract. So the two parties, if they say this contract is governed by UCC number such and such, then the problem is solved. And of course, interstate commerce was very important for that country. The same idea I think we need today. Now we have the standards, Sharia standards, issued by AYUFI, and by the way, there are other standards issued by other entities, but actually we need a draft law of sukuk. We need a draft law of sukuk. And this draft law can be referred to in dispute resolution, and especially in the courts of England. And as we all know that the Rome Convention, which has been signed by many countries, permits referring to non-state law. In other words, so if we can draft this law, and the people, when they're issuing sukuk in their draft, they say that dispute resolution is based on such a we'll give the name, of course, then the courts can accept this, and even if it is not a state law, even if it was not issued by one parliament, this is, in my mind, will also create a very strong legal foundation for sukuk globally. And I hope IDB will get interested in this, and the only institution I see capable of taking this challenge is ISDB. Thank you.
Samir, where would you see this market in the next 10 years?
Well,
and what would it take for us to get there?
Well, thank you. I think I'm very optimistic that I think sukuk has much more potential than people realize right now. And I'll tell you why I'm quite optimistic. Just to start with a simple example, that a couple of years ago, when we used to go on a road shows to sell our sukuk, investors used to ask us, what is this exotic word, even sukuk? What is sukuk? Which word are you coming from? Are you, some alien word or whatever? And we had to go and give them speech and explain this is sukuk and try to change them into using the more conventional terms and all that kind of thing. Last year, when I went to the road show, and to my surprise, many places, when I go there and try to explain them what sukuk is, they'll stop me and say, we already know what sukuk is, tell us about what you have to offer. That itself in last 3-4 years have a big kind of a progress. Many kind of investment banks we meet, they also tell us that, look, now people are much more aware of the sukuk market and how it is. Now, how do we kind of tap on this big potential? Depends on how well we do as an industry. I do fully agree with Dr. Ghias that right now the structures have a lot of complexity, especially for the conventional investor. First thing what happens when we go, even our case, when we go to the market, they said, oh, you're a structure, so we go to assume that you need a risk premium for being structured, and we'll treat you as a different structure. And that creates a more kind of a pricing issue for us. So that's the thing is, and our structure is rather simple. So I think the one thing is we need to have a more standardization of structure and rather simpler, rather than mix and match of different. So that needs to be done. Second thing is, I think drive towards standardization. We are already playing our part. I think some of you may be aware that yesterday we launched a very big initiative. IDB, Islamic Development Bank, with International Capital Market Association, ICMA, and London Stock Exchange. We worked on developing the guidelines for green and sustainable and social sukuk. Now, that was never done before. These are global level standards, guidelines. So we hope that with this thing, many other conventional Islamic investors can benefit from this particular guidelines, and they will be able to either structure a green or social or sustainable sukuk. So we need more of this kind of initiative standardization. Other thing which makes me optimistic is the fintech revolution. That fintech revolution, little bit of, if I go back to the theory of Islamic finance basically says, since it's not debt-based finance, it requires that you eliminate any information asymmetry in any financial contract. So when you have a technology like blockchain and tokenization and smart contracts, immediately you reduce that information asymmetry, and the finance, basically investor, becomes much more attractive to asset-based and risk-sharing products. So I'm very optimistic that if that thing is done in an adequate fashion, or that infrastructure or foundation is built, then sukuk will become anything, very easy. And maybe one last example I want to give. Many of you have, PCs, not Macintosh, PCs, and many of the PCs, I don't know now they still do it or not, it used to say Intel inside, okay? That the inside chip is Intel. I believe that digitalization, you will see any transaction, but inside will be Islamic finance. Means that they will be matching based on asset-based, full transparent, some sort of element of risk sharing, and they will have a smart contracts, which means the standardized. So I'm very optimistic if we all work together on building this infrastructure, this foundation, sukuk could become Intel inside. Thank you.
On that very optimistic and very positive note, Dr. Zamir, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the panel. This has been a fascinating discussion, and we've looked at it from multiple different angles. And what is really important is we now better understand how the potential that sukuk has to play in helping us tackle the key development challenges and as a means of boosting innovative financing looking forward. The next session, for those that will continue to join us, the next session would look at the role of multilateral development banks in tackling some of our challenges, and as we chart our way future, we chart the way to the future. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. You've been really great, and to the audience and panel, thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. We'll be starting in a couple of minutes. Please take your seats. Thank you. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين محمد بن عبد الله الصادق الأمين. I'm Rami Ahmed, Senior Advisor to the President of the Islamic Development Bank, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this third session of our Future Vision Symposium. Of course, maybe you would agree with me, we had two excellent sessions this morning and this afternoon. The first was on energy, second was on money, and this one is on people who deliver the money and how they should deliver it. So the three are really intertwined, they are connected, but hopefully in this one we'll be focusing on envisioning a future value proposition for the MDBs, and we'll be focusing also for the potential for cooperation. With all the challenges that we witness today, MDBs, of course, play a critical role in helping with the global development efforts, not only by providing funds, but also by playing a catalytic role in also exchanging knowledge, providing advisory services for the developing countries in the South in general. As a former Sherpa for the G20 and the MDB's forum, I have witnessed the exciting rise of the voice of the South in shaping up the agenda for global development. The G20 now has the African Union seat, and also BRICS has expanded, and we can see that they have a say in the global response for crises like the COVID, like the food insecurities, and dealing with wars and conflicts. And as I just mentioned, the expansion of BRICS and the African Union seat on the G20, and also the new development banks like AIIB and NDB, all of these things are really moving us towards, inshallah, witnessing the rise of the voice of the South and contribution in shaping up the global policy. G20 just called upon the MDBs to be bolder, bigger, and better. Let's see what does that mean, hopefully during our discussion today. To discuss these matters, we have assembled a very powerful panel today. We have two prominent presidents, President Al-Jasser, the president of the Islamic Development Bank, 57 member countries, all of them from the South, mainly in Asia and Africa, but we do have countries in Europe and in Latin America. And President Adesina, he has all the countries in Africa, and both of them are really very articulate voices of the South who can really talk about their mandates and the challenges that their countries are really facing. With us also today, Vice President Mena from the World Bank, who will bring also the global perspective to this debate. We were hoping that President Banga would be with us, but unfortunately he was not able to participate in the Golden Jubilee, but he had a very nice video for those of you who attended our Golden Jubilee celebration, and we really appreciate his participation and testimony. Of course, all these MDBs are here. They were created to serve member countries. to bring a representative of the developing countries. We are honored also to have with us His Excellency, the Minister of Economy and Planning in Cameroon, His Excellency Al-Amin Osman. So thank you very much also for accepting our invitation. Unfortunately, Ibo Siri Mulyani, the Minister of Finance from Indonesia, had to excuse herself. She was so keen on participating with us, and I talked to her. She said, I am with you in spirit, but she had to chair a national committee, and she was not able to join us in this debate. So without a further ado, if you help me welcome all the esteemed panelists to their seats on this stage, please. تفضل معنا بس. لا. تفضل. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. I'm really so honored to moderate this session with all these high power. Two presidents on one panel. I must be very careful today. Otherwise, I might lose my job, guys, over here. But they are all kind enough to indulge us with an open discussion.
But all of us are overseen by a minister. So.
I'm so humbled. I need to work on my diplomacy, by the way. So thank you, Mr. President. Well, really, it's a great pleasure. And before we get into the discussion, and I think it's only Mr. Al-Jasser, President Al-Jasser, congratulations on the Golden Jubilee and being the host of this gathering. I'd like to ask you to start with some sort of an introduction, but really I wanted to hear from you because you are also, you've been a president of the Islamic Development Bank for 3 years now, after a long career in central banking, Minister of Economy, senior positions in the government, but I am a witness for a central banker converted into a development banker. And this was an exciting, really, journey to see. But you were not away from IDB. You followed IDB throughout your career in government and so on. So if we may start with a quick introduction, what's your take on this 50-year journey of the Islamic Development Bank? President Al-Jasser.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Greetings to you all. And I want to thank my co-panelists for being here and participating in this event. As you mentioned, I have a very long career in national government, at the IMF, and then the Islamic Development Bank and other engagements. But the Islamic Development Bank, when I joined, even though I knew a lot about it, being an alternate governor years ago when I was governor of the central bank, but to be in the inside and then to engage on what the bank tries to do to help the countries and the citizens of those countries. It's an eye-opener to me. It's an eye-opener because the impact that I have seen is really unique and gives one a great sense of purpose. We tried, for those of you who were at the celebration of the Jubilee, we tried to present some of that with the interviews of some of the beneficiaries. You can multiply that by 1,000, really, over the years in terms of what the bank has done. And having 57 members that are all from the South, and here I'm not trying to create any polarization or to make any denigrating really points about it. But really, this is like a family, and family members trying to help or extend a hand, let's say, to the other members of the family. This sense of takaful, ta'azur, is very strong within the institution. And the passion that you notice is really unique. So throughout the 50 years, the institution has financed more than 12,000 projects. This is not all. This is the most important, but that's not all. I mean, there are other activities that the bank has engaged in that are just as useful. $182 billion of lending, of financing was also made. And throughout all of that, it was really what the countries needed, and in their own thinking, in their own way, within their own plans. So there wasn't that conditionality. There wasn't that diktat. There wasn't that, well, we know this is what you should be doing. I think this has enhanced our ability to effect change, enhanced our ability to be helpful, enhanced our ability to develop real partnership with the member countries. And this is really where I feel extremely privileged to be in such a position at the end of one's professional career, to be able to contribute to 1 of every 5 inhabitants of planet Earth. It's quite an impressive engagement. So yes, unabashedly, I say the Islamic Development Bank is very unique. Its mission is not too different from others, but it has its own peculiarities that are dear to the citizens of our member countries. And the staff and the management of the institution feel that they get a lot more gratification from what they do. So thank God we have been given this opportunity, and I feel especially blessed for that.
Well, thank you, and I think we all share this feeling of being privileged. So many people are smarter than us and probably more knowledgeable than us, but we had the opportunity to really serve in the Islamic Development Bank, and we are all proud of this. I might come back to you, President Al-Jasser, with some follow-up on the uniqueness. But for now, let us, as you correctly oriented us, we start from our member countries who are really mandating us with all this work. And His Excellency Al-Amin with us today. And please not think of yourself as representing ministers from the developing countries, not only Cameroon, but maybe we start with Cameroon, because with all the fragmentation and all the turmoil that we are hearing, how are you navigating the relationship with, say, donors, bilaterals, MDBs, FDIs? There are funding gaps for sure for every developing countries to fulfill its development, national development plan. How are you dealing with all these players, global or bilateral or regional MDBs like ours?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Dr. Rami, thank you for giving me the opportunity to answer to your question. But before I proceed, allow me to request from you a round of applause for our 2 main leaders of AAA-rated institutions. I mean, Dr. Al-Jasser from the Islamic Development Bank, as well as Dr. Hakimumi Adesina from the African Development Bank. It is not a coincidence. We are celebrating 50 years for the Islamic Development Bank in a few weeks. we'll be celebrating 60 years of the African Development Bank. So these two institutions have been very instrumental in helping our countries, and you said it. I'm not just talking about Cameroon. I feel honored and humbled to talk about many of the African countries beneficiary of the support of such institutions. I want to underscore a particular aspect about these two institutions we are talking about today. You said it is South-South cooperation, it's better knowledge of local realities, it's better understanding of our development orientation and strategies, and it's also adequate instrument to support our development process. Certainly, and we will be talking about the new horizons and the cooperation for the future. These two institutions have done a lot, but recent crises, overlapping crises, different challenges we are facing all together require certainly to go a step further. And we'll be discussing today about the expectations of countries, beneficiary of these two institutions, on how to probably foresee the future. And Dr. Rami, I will get back to your points because you said it. We are aiming at institutions that are going to be AAA rated, but AAA operational, BBB operational, not a downgrade from their rating, but they have to be bolder, better, bigger. This is BBB, and we'll be pleased to talk about the content of this BBB. We mentioned this morning already about innovation, about complementary, additionality, partnership, and so on and so forth. This is important in building a new ecosystem, bringing together institutions from the South, complementing their different means and resources, and charting the right trajectory towards development at the ground, at the root level, and having our own narrative, because we should be able to talk proudly about our own narrative with the support of institutions, esteemed institutions, beloved institutions, like the Islamic Development Bank celebrating today. And since yesterday and the day before yesterday, the 50 years of impactful operation on the ground. To end at this stage, Dr. Rami, and Dr. Jasser mentioned it this morning when talking about energy security. The first footprint of the Islamic Development Bank was in Cameroon and was about electricity, hydropower production. So this is certainly in line with the mission, the vision of the creator of this institution, and this also gives us the direction we should continue to go and develop our countries, our member countries, to make a better living condition for our population. This is what I would like to say at this stage,
Well,
Dr. Rami.
thank you. Also, you inspired me to address the issue of local understanding, local solutions, and I think this brings an issue of the fallacy of the best practice.
Yeah.
We always hear about the best practice, and this is important solutions coming from the north or from the west or something like this without really understanding the soil. Just like if you take a tree and you chop it, nice looking tree, you chop it and you plant it somewhere else. It's not gonna give you the same beauty. It will not give you the same fruits because the soil elements are different. And this is why I think the minister is focusing on we need local solutions also and the local capacity to identify problems and have solutions. So thank you very much for this. I move to President Adesina. It's really a delight to have you. As always, and if I may start by saying, I think you are the longest serving head of MDB today among the 12 members of the group of heads of MDBs. And if this is true, this entitle us to ask you tough questions, I think. President Adesina, really, if you go back 10 years, I think, or 9 years, something like this, I mean, from your experience, what would you have? I listened to you debating while you were running for the post. I still remember your aspiration and your agenda, and what worked and what didn't work? What was the number one barrier for you not to achieve all the aspirations that you were set out to do? What were the challenges? And if you are to go back 10 years, how would you do it differently?
Well, you know, it comes at the cost of being the longest serving president of a multilateral development bank. You started getting a lot of questions. First, let me congratulate my dear brother, Dr. Adjasar, on your 50th anniversary. And the Islamic Development Bank is a very, very close strategic partner of the bank in many, many things. We set out to do a partnership with, I think it was, we said $2 billion in terms of co-financing. We did $2.4 billion, and your vice president is here, and I want to just thank you and all of your staff for all of that work. But maybe I will start by going back to what Dr. Adjasar was saying. You could feel the passion, you could feel the commitment, you could feel the dynamism. And when he said that, he couldn't think of anything better than to have this response. I feel the same. In fact, I'm more passionate today. I am a ninth year, and my staff have to constantly remind me that with the way I'm going, maybe I forget that by the time it's over next year, because I keep pushing. And I say, by the time you actually elect a new president next year, maybe 5 minutes before, I might still be pushing you to do more work, and they have to tell me, you know your time is going to be over soon. First, I want to just say that at the heart of it is the countries. We talk a lot about ourselves, but I think we need to turn that lens a little bit to the countries. When I was minister in Nigeria, I called all the donors to my office. I was Minister of Agriculture, and I was asking them what they were doing in Nigeria. And they all told me very interesting things they were doing. And then I said, well, I've had a lot of very interesting things, but I have not had strategic things that will allow me to actually push the agenda for Nigeria. In other words, you can be very busy with your activities, but the key is the countries have to be in the driver's seat to decide what the vision is. So I just want to start by saying that, first and foremost, we have to make sure that the key for success that I've learned in this business of transforming countries is it comes down to, first, political leadership. Whenever you have political leadership, you're going to have change. You're going to have transformation. The second is, it's not just, we give a lot of money, but it's not just our money. Most of the monies to actually develop our economies are going to come from domestic resource mobilization. So the countries that are able to mobilize that domestic capital are going to be able to accelerate their development further. But not just that, they have to be able to have the capacity to plan, the capacity to deploy those resources, and to align it with the priorities for their development that they want to do. But also more than that is just the way you develop. You have to develop with pride. I don't think you can develop unless you are ashamed of a number of things. The way I work is I write down some of the things I don't like. It's not a complicated econometric model. I write down the things that I hate, and I do the opposite. How can you say you have 429 million people that are living in extreme poverty? How can you say you have 254 million people that don't have access to water? We're working on water. How can you say you have 284 million people that don't have access to food, and we're sitting in a continent with so much that? How can you say, of land, how can you say you have 600 million people without access to electricity? And so we have to first start, in my view, by making sure that the abnormal is not normalized. And we can support countries and all of that. Now back to the second part of your question about what's been my lesson. That's a big part of my lesson, because it's not just the money we provide. I think the countries have to really be in the driver's seat. And by the way, just back to what I said to those donors that came to my office, I say, we're going to develop what the roadmap is. You come and meet us, and then you support us on what that strategy is. Now, in terms of some of the lessons that I've learned and what I will do differently, first is I wouldn't do anything differently, quite honestly. Because when I took this position, I was very clear about what Africa needed to do to accelerate its development. And we put down the very 5 simple things. One is to light up and empower Africa, universal access to electricity. Second is to feed Africa, be able to feed ourselves. We have the dignity of doing that. Industrialize Africa, and then to integrate African economies, and then, of course, to improve the quality of life of the people of Africa. That's education, the skills, the water, sanitation, health, and all the other things that we need. Now, the reason why I want to say anything differently is that the United Nations Development Program did a comprehensive analysis of these high fives. And what did they find? They found that if Africa achieved these high fives, it will have achieved 90% of all the Sustainable Development Goals. And that if it did achieve the high fives, it will also have achieved 90% of the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. So we are doing the right things. In fact, when we had to redo our 10-year strategy, we just had a new 10-year strategy, we went back to the countries to ask them, what would you want us to do differently? Which is the question you asked me. You know what they said? And my governor is here, They said, don't do anything different. Just continue on those high fives for the next 10 years. And so we went back and we just put it back into our strategy. And in the last 7 years or 8 years, our work has impacted on 400 million people. So all I'm trying to say is focus on country priorities. If there's one thing I will only say is scale, scale, scale. You talk about big, you talk about bolder, you talk about better. Yes, we have it. But I will add one more to it, together. In other words, it's so big, the agenda is so big. I look at myself in Africa, we have fantastic relationship with you and with the World Bank and all of that. It's like a baobab tree. If you go to an African village, you have a big baobab tree. You try and put your hand around it, you can't. And that's how big the problems are. We have to change the way we work. But if everybody puts their hand around and they put it around the baobab tree, it goes around it. And so it is not about your hand. It's not about your bank. It's not about your flag. We don't eat the flags. It's how our hands connect to allow or to scale and accelerate development of people. That's why I want to end with what Dr. Al-Jazar started by saying, partnership at scale. Togetherness is the way to go.
More power to you. Fully agreed. Nobody can contest that. I'll come back to you on something else later on, but I was inspired by what you just said, but I'll come back. I don't want to spoil it right now, so I'll leave it to the end. But if I could ask you, Dr. Uthman, and thank you very much for being with us today, President AJ had embarked on reforms in the World Bank. And if you could take a few minutes just to bring the House up to speed on what are these changes and what does it mean for the other MDBs in terms of cooperation and the togetherness that President Adesina just really emphasized on that. If you could take a few minutes on this, we'd really appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. Rami. And allow me first to say how humbled and honored I am this morning to sit with this panel of eminent members, Minister May from Cameroon, Dr. Adesina from the African Development Bank, and of course our host, Dr. Al-Jazar. At first, let me congratulate once more Dr. Al-Jazar and his team for the outstanding job they have been doing for the past 50 years. Dr. Al-Jazar, congratulations to you and your team. But you raise a very important point with respect to where currently global partnership should be going and how the World Bank is fitting on this picture. We live in a world of massive challenges and a world which is fast changing, and that will require another approach. And that is why... Did
you say another approach?
A new approach.
A new approach.
A new approach. And that new approach is currently, no one can do it alone. We have to work together. And we have to do it in a way which is innovative, in a way which is impactful, and most importantly, in a way which is bolder and faster. And that is why the single way approach can't work anymore. That innovation requires also to look at it from the perspective of how we bring all the dimensions. For example, the private sector. And on the private sector angle, just to insist on this one, there are three elements which we believe are fundamentally important. The regulatory uncertainty, the political risk, and then the foreign exchange challenges which a number of countries are facing.
This is also one of the reasons why currently when you look at the World Bank, one of the things which we have done was to put in place this global challenges co-financing platform with 10 MDBs. Because no matter how sophisticated is the engineering financing, it will not be enough. That is also why the replenishment of IDA 21 is going to be absolutely crucial. And talking about IDA, it is important to note that 60% of the resources of IDA go to Muslim countries. This is why the partnership between the World Bank and the Islamic Development Bank, which we signed on October 2023, is extremely important. $6 billion US. On those $6 billion, I'm glad to report as we speak, 35% of that target have been already achieved. 2 weeks ago, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the African Development Bank. Dr. Adesina was in Washington, DC. That is to say, all in all, that the challenges we are facing today will require joint solutions, innovative solutions, bold solutions, but also simplifying procedures and processes in order to be much more nimble in addressing the issues which our countries are facing worldwide.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and for bringing the issue of IDA and the concessional financing, because many of our member countries, I know in Africa, and for us, 25 of our member countries are characterized as least developed member countries, and they are really in high need of concessionality. But let me just maybe come back to the two presidents. Both of you are inspirations for the new generation of development practitioners, and whatever you say is basically something that will stick in their heads for many, many years to come. So if I may ask President Al-Jasser, IDB prides itself about being a South-South organization, and probably the only MDB that has in its shareholding only members from the South. So what are the advantages and maybe the disadvantages of being a purely South-South organization? Forgive me for this, but some people argue that perhaps you are foregoing a lot of benefits from not having countries from the North in your membership. Perhaps I could come back to President Adesina to see what he thinks. But there is an argument that's saying you guys are always proud of yourself being South-South. You're losing on a lot of benefit coming from the North, be it resources in terms of money or perhaps governance. What do you say to this, President Al-Jasser?
Well, as a former central banker, every coin has two sides. So one side of the coin is what you mentioned. Yes, we are foregoing certain aspects, some of them really very positive. I mean, you have insights, you have financial support that is important because of the volume and the weight. And even if you go to the rating, to have those members in your shareholding structure will help you with your rating. So make no mistake about it, there are a lot of benefits that we may be foregoing. Luckily, and now I move to the other side of the coin, we are, you know, my colleagues may have heard me before, I borrowed from Abraham Lincoln his saying, and I say that our institution is from the South, by the South, for the South. That in and of itself has a lot of value also. Because when I talk now with my governors or their deputies when they come to discuss issues, you know that they're not under any pressure to try to impress you because you have conditionality, that you may want to impose something. No, they are talking with a colleague that understands their concerns, that has gone through the same experiences, I'll tell you one experience I have shared. I mean, when I was growing up, my grandmother, bless her soul, she used to make bread in a clay oven. But what was the fuel? It was cow dung, or biomass, if you want a more elegant terminology for it. And I was sitting there because I wanted her to give me bread. My eyes are blown away with the smoke. I was coughing like crazy. And of course, there wasn't sufficient knowledge on her part or on my part to say, you know, that piece of bread is going to be very costly from a health-wise perspective. So when I talk with my, let's say, African or Latin American colleagues or borrowers, when we talk about clean cooking fuel, I lived it. I'm not intellectualizing. It's not a story I read in a novel. It is something that I lived. So that gives me a perspective, and that makes them feel that the person across the table is really one of us who understands our concerns. So the other thing, and I don't know, I think probably Dr. Adesina is better placed, I don't have anybody breathing down my throat that is very overpowering. So I have to make sometimes less optimal positions on policy issues or on lending positions. But I have to say, you know, now out of the coin, we are blessed at the Islamic Development Bank that we have shareholders that have really supported us significantly. I mean, if you take Saudi Arabia, where we are here, you know, 24% of the capital of the Islamic Development Bank comes from Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia has been there when every initiative, let's say, for example, the Islamic Solidarity Fund for Development, it's the overwhelming contributor to that. You take the LLF, you take all of the other initiatives that the Islamic Development Bank has embarked upon, we have a solid supporter in Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, all the members of course contributed, but I mean those being in a creditor position, they have been very forthcoming, they have been very generous. So that makes the other side of the coin okay. They're balanced. So this is how I look at this uniqueness of the Islamic Development Bank.
Thank you.
In that way.
Thank you. And it's interesting too when you mentioned that probably the bank is higher rated than any of its member countries, being a AAA, despite the fact that all the shareholders are less than AAA.
And if I may add, some people may think it's only because of the creditors. No. It's the borrowers also. They care so much about the institution. I know that. Even those that are in arrears, they are at pain all the time to explain themselves. So there is a commitment also to repay and service the debt and avoid falling into overdues. And those that do, you know, I know they are doing their utmost to really be current. And that counts with the rating agencies.
Right.
That counts.
Right. Excellent point. I don't mean to be polarizing, but I saw a spark in the eyes of President Adesina when I asked the first question. Would you like to share your perspective with us on having shareholders from the North and the South, perhaps advantages, disadvantages, and how you're navigating this?
Well, let me start by saying that I remember what Kwame Nkrumah once said. He was asked a question about whether you want to go with the North or you go with the South. And he said, no, I don't care about the North and I don't go with the South. I just care about going forward. And so it comes again back to the issue of, and we have a highly diverse shareholder group. 60% of the African Development Bank, it's by African shareholders, 40% by non-African shareholders. And that has helped us tremendously. because as a financial institution that's AAA rated, we depend quite a lot on the amount of paid-in capital that we get from AAA rated countries to give us a notch up, because our own intrinsic rating is AA+. And so that augmentation helps us significantly. But we're on our pathway to actually having our own intrinsic AAA rating that would be independent of what happens to any of our AAA shareholders, because the number of AAA shareholders have been going down since the 2008 financial crisis. You know, so it's like you have a walking stick and you're walking on it and it keeps going down. If you don't pay attention, you're going to fall off the cliff. So we've set a clear pathway for ourselves to have our own intrinsic AAA rating as an institution, not independent of whatever of the shareholders. Now, I want to say that when people think about hybrid institutions like that in terms of shareholders, one thing that you find is, do people tell you what to do? Do they tell you the priorities of what to do? I don't think so. I think what really matters is, yes, your shareholders will have views and perspectives. What matters is the direction that you want to go and the direction that you're going with the countries, right? My governor is here, the minister from Cameroon, he knows exactly what I'm saying. And so the key really for us is to make sure that we are not using our institutions to ventilate particular ideological positions, right? Because people don't eat ideologies. They thrive on pragmatism. And so I think it's very important that we don't do that. And second is the fact that we also have to make sure that the priorities that we are working on are not imposed priorities. President Al-Jazar was talking about that earlier. It's priorities that come from the bottom up, from the countries. And also recognize, we must have the humility to recognize that we don't always know what's best for the countries. The countries know what's best for them. And we must support them and then have a series of instruments that allow us to respond to that. And respond, for example, let's take the energy case that President Al-Jazar was mentioning. He talked about his mother making him bread. I wear glasses today not because I was from school. It was because I spent most of my time blowing, trying to...
Working for bread?
No, I was, you know, it's really more like making amala or something, blowing into the stove, wooden stove. And you have a situation then where 900 million people still do that today. I remember in 2006, Bill Gates and he asked me to arrange a trip for him to Nigeria. So we went to Nasarawa State. And when we got over there, we got to this place where they were making cassava flour. And he entered and I entered. And he was, with flour on his head to the bottom. And he turned to me in the car going, he said, but why does that happen? And I said, that's because they don't have access to clean cooking energy. Therefore, when we talk about energy transition, those of us that have been there before, it's not a theoretical concept, right? Women have a right to clean cooking just like in Africa, just like people cook in Europe, just like they cook in any part of the world. Right. And therefore, when you talk to me about energy transition, I'm talking to you as somebody from the South who has gone through it, and I can tell you that theory is different from practice. We need to make sure that our women get access to liquefied petroleum gas to be able to cook. And the last thing I would say is that as multilateral development banks, especially those that have highly diverse shareholders, we should make sure that not one size fits all. Right. Right. And we have to be able to make sure that our instruments are flexible in responding to the realities that we see. Are there conflicts? Yes. Are there differences? Yes. I mean, I've had very tough discussions in my board with some of my shareholders about the need for natural gas in Africa. And I've said natural gas is not something that we can compromise on because it's all about energy access. It's all about energy security. It's all about industrialization for us. Because Africa didn't contribute to most of the emissions we have today. And so you're going to have those kind of differences. But at the end of the day, we are all committed to the same thing. A better world, less poverty, less inequality, people that have food security, they have energy security, financial inclusion, gender participation, and all of those things. So what I just want to say is that it's not the diversity we should worry about. Diversity is not a weakness. Diversity is a strength. What we have to make sure, though, is that we are all together not to promote our own individual shareholder country interests, but to promote and support the interests of the countries that were set up to serve. And I think that's why I always come back to it. It's the countries that have to be in the driver's seat. And actually, if we do that, then we'll be able to respond better to their needs. You can't, I come from agricultural background. You can't irrigate from the top. You got to, if you want to grow a crop, you don't go from the top, you go from the bottom up. So we have to make sure that we are flexible, respectful, and responsive to the needs of diverse shareholders.
Thank you. Very profound, and it's clear call for adaptive leadership, basically. I mean, we cannot just copycat what's coming up. And this maybe, if you can address it in 30 seconds, because we need to move to the future now. But some people say there is something called isomorphic mimicry. And you guys in the South...
What do you call it, sorry?
Isomorphic mimicry. So we copy what they do. Mm-hmm. And we go to the World Bank. Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Batsman, for being with us here. Or some institutions in the North, and we copy their models, their ways of doing business. Can you address this in 30 seconds, President Adesina, because I need to move to the future now. So we get all this laundry behind us, and we have a fresh look for the future.
Yeah, I think if you copy others, you're not actually being responsive or knowledgeable enough to be original. Right? So I'll give you an example. When I became president of African Development Bank, it was not, nobody was talking about agriculture globally. And I came in and I said, no, we have to invest in agriculture because it's good for jobs, it's good for rural economic transformation, it's good for macroeconomic stability. We put in a program for $25 billion to focus on that, and boom, you have all these challenges and are coming with global inflation and all that. What if we had not been doing that? What if we had not been investing in that? So I want to say that, for us, for example, regional development bank, you have World Bank. I think that regional development banks should focus a lot more on their regions, be creative, be innovative, looking at the challenges of your countries and respond to it. I know it's over 30 seconds, but I'm still going to make this particular point, so my apologies. Take the case of insecurity. As president of African Development Bank, I'm on a continent where I don't have a choice to move out. Right? World Bank may decide to diversify and things like that, but I don't have that choice. Today, we have 70 to 80% of the countries that are either in conflict or next to a country that has conflict. And somebody says, well, the multilateral development banks are not supposed to be working on security issues. Who says that? Look, we used to think about security as something exogenous that you gave to the United Nations. But today, it's not. It is an endogenous issue. You have to therefore look at security, link it to investment, link it to growth, and link it to development. That's why we at the bank, we were not copying anybody. We stuck it out. We said we got to solve this problem because countries were spending so much money on security than on development. And so that's why we came up with an instrument called Security Index Investment Bonds that are new instruments we are going to use to mobilize long-term capital for these countries that are currently in conflict, to be able to have money to repair damaged infrastructure, to be able to create a lot of social capital by rebuilding hospitals, schools, and water and sanitation in areas that are damaged. So all I'm saying is that you can't copy and paste. You have to be original and believe in the region you represent and do what's in their best interest.
Thank you. I knew you were going to say that, but I wanted to trigger you. So thank you very much. This is really very profound. And I think President Al-Jasser made a similar case this morning, actually, in the energy. And he gave an example of projects where the other MDBs cannot think in the same way that we can think, and the freedom for us in the South to do what we have. Originality is part of our theme for this annual meeting, by the way. So thank you very much, President Adesina, for bringing this. Let us move forward to the future. It's about cherishing the past. Now we want to talk about how do we chart the future. And let me start from the ultimate client of our work as MDBs, the countries. you have robust relationship with both institutions and with other institutions, but if you are to give a direction for the future, what would you expect from MDBs going in the future that they need to do differently? I know you gave them a big round of applause, and by the way, thank you for your thoughtfulness, that was really nice. But really, to do things better, how would you like to see MDBs moving in the future in a more effective and efficient way, maybe?
Thank you once more, Rami, for giving me the floor. I just want to second the position of the two exceptional leaders of our institution to say that additionality and complementarity is crucial. We do believe that difference should not be a problem, but it should be an asset for an inclusive approach for development. Having said that, we are cherishing certainly the past. We are very proud about what we have been able to achieve over the 50 years, but we are also looking ahead into the future with great hope. This future, I do believe that the ecosystem for a multilateral development bank should be built around three main pillars. Maybe they are not new, but we should do probably things differently. The first pillar is about providing sustainable development financing at scale. This is the first pillar. The second one is about assisting countries to build up macro stability and support structural reform. The third is about promoting a vibrant private sector. If these three pillars are addressed properly, I do believe that what has been our achievement of the past could reach a higher level. About financing, Dr. Adesina said it. We need skill, we need innovation, and today we have also listened to some of the panelists talking about innovative solution in mobilizing the necessary resources. We have been talking about Sukuk, Islamic finance. This is certainly a way to go to increase the capacity of our institutions to mobilize resources. Then the use of new instruments should be also very critical. President Jasser, we approved the process of opening a concessional window at the level of the bank. Certainly, we should be able to address this issue and also introduce policy-based financing, results-based financing to strengthen the capacity of our country at the institutional level, because His Royal Highness was saying this morning about energy that lack of capacity, lack of strong institution, lack of knowledge sometimes is the weakness in our discussion, our dialogue with partners. So I do think that the experience gathered in our institutions from the South should be used to strengthen our capacity and develop alternative solutions in mobilizing resources. This is the first aspect. Okay. The second one, of course, assisting in conducting reform is critical. If we don't build on our institution based on strong reforms, we will not be able to attract the third pillar in terms of private sector investment. And this private sector investment is paramount for the success of our development. Lack of investment, lack of creation of income-generating activities, revenue distribution, and reducing poverty inequality will not lead us to the destination we are looking for. So the three pillars combined in a way that's going to create more additionality, in a way that's going to reduce differences in terms of procedures, in terms of rule, aligning processes, and sharing data and knowledge will certainly help chart the course for future betterment of our people in terms of living condition. This is, I think, innovation, as was said, is central. I think Adesina is capable of telling us the way the bank has gone in terms of hybrid capital to unlock huge potential for resource mobilization. Our belief is that with our AAA institutions, with innovative staff, very hardworking people, we'll be able to create the right venues, financially, technically, operationally, to get to the destination we are looking for. This is our hope, this is our strong belief, and lastly, Dr. Rami, I am very pleased to see that we have huge human capital, knowledgeable people capable of changing the narrative of our development process, built from the South, for the South, with the South. And I believe that these two institutions today, in combination, in addition with other institutions, will be able to definitely chart a new and prosperous future.
Thank you. 3 pillars. We're talking about scaling up finance, helping in reform, and in promoting and improving the private sector. Let me move to President Al Jasser. Congratulations. Yesterday in your Board of Governors meeting, they endorsed something called In Riyadh at 50 declaration. The first declaration was 50 years ago. This is the renewal of the intent, basically. Could you please shed some light on the content of this declaration? It's one-pager, by the way. It's a very nice piece of reference point. But how would it help you shape up the future of this group? President Al Jasser.
The Board of Governors and the Round Table have endorsed the declaration, which is basically a declaration of reaffirmation of the direction of the bank, a reaffirmation of the support of the membership to the bank, a reaffirmation of the demand that the bank has to be more active with the membership. Luckily, we had just recently had our 6th general capital increase, so increasing capital wasn't such a pressing issue this time. But also, they have, as you mentioned, alluded to the need to enhance the concessional financing capabilities of the bank, which is a response to the realities of many of our membership. I mean, many of our members have fallen behind, actually, in terms of growth and development and diversification, often for reasons beyond their control because of all of the economic hardships that have taken place in the past. So I am, and my colleagues are very grateful for the governors for their clear, unambiguous support, and we promise that we will take it very seriously, in the sense that it's not just a pat on the back, but also a call for more innovative and greater contribution to the membership as they develop and move forward.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also in the declaration, there is something about having a more effective group. IDB, I think, is the one MDB that has the largest number of entities and affiliates. Mm-hmm. What are your views going forward, given the declaration that we have seen?
I think basically when you go to a country that has asked for your engagement, it's not one thing that they need. It's not just, let's say, okay, we need a loan, to finance this project. They sometimes don't have the expertise or the institutions within the country to provide, let's say, the insurance that is necessary for borrowing or for financing or for the investment itself. Sometimes they need somebody to provide the short-term liquidity for trade, to bring the equipment and what have you. Some others, maybe it's a PPP arrangement that you need. So the bank itself is a lender to the sovereign. So you need the ICD to come in and help a private sector entity to come and design a PPP arrangement that will make possible that type of lending. So that is the agility and that is the readiness that the declaration demands of the institution. Alhamdulillah, the bank has already developed all of these institutions. All that is needed is that we need to continue to fortify these institutions and to amplify their impact as we move forward.
Thank you. I move to President Adesina, and thank you very much for spending the time with us a couple of days ago in the SDGs event. He was our eloquent keynote speaker, and he sat all the 2 hours with us, and we really appreciated all of this. But you notice that everybody is talking about the gap in financing the SDGs. Now we just listened to the governor saying number 1 out of the 3 pillars is upscaling the financing. Going forward in the future, President Al-Jasser mentioned that concessionality, improvement, and other things. How would you, in a couple of minutes, say MDBs really need to focus on to really respond to what the governor just mentioned?
Well, first, congratulations to my brother on the approval of your strategy. And I think that will give you the resources you need to be able to do more. We all need to do more. First is, I want to set a context of why the point that the president raised on concessional financing is very crucial. Take the case of Africa today. Well, like in 2000, right, the share of the total debt that was actually bilateral debt, so Paris Club debt and all of that, was 57%. Today, it's gone up to about 25%. That same time, the share of total debt outstanding that was due to private commercial debt or Eurobond debt was only 17%. Today, it is 44%. So that means short term, that means high interest rate, that means overlapping payments, and which is constraining significantly the fiscal space of all the countries that we have. So the first thing I think we need to do to reverse that trend, as collectively as MDBs, is to make sure we just turn that around. Make sure we have a lot more concessional financing, long-term, cheap financing for countries. You cannot be developing based on commercial debt. Development is a long-term thing, you know, and that's why I want to say that for all the multilateral development banks across board, it's good to have significant increase in concessional financing. For us, at the African Development Bank, we have the African Development Fund. You know, we had, and thanks to Governor May and others, you know, we were able to have a replenishment 2 years ago for $8.9 billion. But I've already said that given the fact that we need countries to have access to water, to sanitation, to building resilience, to do energy transitions, and creating jobs and all of that, and we need more financing for that. And so I think that the African Development Fund, 17 replenishment will be next year, but I will be there at the tail end of my term. But I think it needs to be tripled to be at least $25 billion. The other thing that we are doing to increase the level of concessional financing for these low-income countries is that we got approval from our Board of Governors to take the equity that we have accumulated inside of the African Development Fund to go to the capital markets and leverage more money. And so that alone will allow us to actually leverage $27 billion additional for moderately concessional financing for those countries. Now, he's here, Usman is here from the World Bank, and Ajay Banga is in Nairobi, and everybody's working hard for also IDA replenishment, you know. And I always say, look, this is not about competition. We shouldn't be competing. We should be complementing and scaling up.
True.
I want to see either 21 successful. I also want to see Ajay Banga working with me to make sure that we can get $25 billion for the ADF, and then we have complementarities to take things to scale. So I think that, for me, is important. The second one is we as MDBs, in the G20 Capital Adequacy Report, we are asked to innovate, and we should innovate, right? And we are already innovating. Take, for example, for us at African Development Bank, Minister May just mentioned, we issued a hybrid capital for $750 million. We're the first multilateral development bank to do that. And that creates a new asset class, and the pricing was good, 5.75%, and it was oversubscribed more than 8 times, right? So, but that is another instrument that we have. The other thing we've done is hybrid capital. President Al-Jassar wasn't with us in Washington because he's busy organizing this meeting here. We had a meeting of all the MDB heads, and we met with the credit rating agencies because we have a lot of callable capital. But of what use is the callable capital if you can enhance it for a capital adequacy ratio? And so we were asked to basically look at what will happen if I give you more callable capital, what's the risk of losing that money? So we did a reverse stress test. I'm sure you did also here. And what did they find? The probability of loss is 0.000% for the African Development Bank, up to 0.009%. So we need to make sure that we have a lot more callable capital, but work with the credit agencies, though, to make sure that that's credit enhanced. The last two things I want to say is the SDRs. Because when the SDRs are conditional financing things that were issued, there was $650 billion that were issued. Well, out of that $650 billion, because it was all quota-based, Africa got what, Minister May, about 35 or $33 billion out of that, or 5% of it. And so what we've decided to do at the African Development Bank is we started making the advocacy for the SDRs to be rechanneled also. In addition, the IMF has the Poverty and Growth Reduction Trust, PRGT. They have the Resilience and Sustainability Trust. It's fine. We continue to support that. But if you rechannel it through the MDBs, we actually have a leveraging factor, which is 3 to 4 times. So $1 becomes $4, right? And therefore, we are going to be able to have a pool of money that we can leverage if you use it as a hybrid capital. So I think that's one instrument. I'm very delighted that IMF is working closely with us. We're working with Inter-American Development Bank, again, to create a new way of rechanneling global resources like that to do. And the last thing I want to say, when you started, you said, I'm the longest-serving president of MDBs, yes. But in my 9 years of being the president of the African Development Bank, and in being in the MDB system, I've never been this enthused that the reforms are going now the right way. We need to start working, functioning not as individual entities, but as a system. We have to look at the structure, the conduct, and the performance of the system and make sure that the system is aligned to deliver capital at scale. And so that's why we committed as MDBs, collectively, all of us, that we will do $300 to $400 billion in the next 10 years. But private sector is going to play a big role in that. And so how we actually work to de-risk private sector, how we do more guarantee facilities is going to be very, very important for us to be able to do. And also how we make sure, and Minister May was saying that, if you're on the receiving side and you're getting money from us, one complaint I get is that we are way too slow. We are like elephants, and they want to go like lions. They want to go fast. So we need to simplify our systems. We need to coordinate better. We need to have a lot more mutual reliance so that you don't have to go through 5 banks just because you need to get a facility. Why can't I use Islamic Development Bank's procurement system? Why can't Islamic Development Bank use our procurement system? So that we simplify things for them. And just to end, it's climate change. I said it yesterday, that the greatest challenge we have for the SDGs is climate change. And we need to make sure that we are able to finance climate at a better, bigger scale. And for that to happen, it's not just Islamic Development Bank that has to reform or us have to reform. The global climate finance institutions have to reform to make sure their systems are more simplified, easy to access for small countries, small island states. And of course, we have launched what's called a climate action window for the low-income countries, where we now have $429 million, and we want to scale that to about $13 billion. We have to make sure that low interest rate, long-term financing, mainly grants, let me say, are made available to countries to be able to support and build their resilience against climate change.
Well, thank you very much. Very rich ideas and an excellent, excellent contribution to the debate or to the dialogue for the future. Unfortunately, the time will not serve us. I still have a long list of questions, but let me, in fairness to both of you gentlemen, I've seen you in the Heads of MDB's forum discussion. And you bring a lot of life into these meetings, so please continue to be there, continue to be the voice of the South for us, because probably even the SDR dialogue, if it wasn't for really this type of forum, nobody would have thought of the 100 billion poverty fund or others, or channeling through the MDBs. If you guys were not there, probably this would be another intellectual exercise somewhere in Washington. In fairness to Dr. Osman, I would like to give you only 60 seconds. Congratulations on your post as Vice President for the MENA region. Welcome to the region of many conflicts and fragility. And may Allah help you with your mandate. But if you are to address your biggest challenge vis-a-vis what you just heard, to inform or enlighten the policies of the World Bank in this region, what would you say as Vice President, MENA region? 60 seconds, please, because we have to close. The President has a press conference after that. Go ahead.
60 seconds.
60 seconds.
And within the 60 seconds, what I would say is remaining engaged is fundamentally important, one. Second is looking at the narrative of the region. Everything about MENA region is not about conflict. There are also many positive things happening. And looking at a brighter future, at a positive future for the MENA region is possible. And the last point which I wanted to stress, which is related to what the panelists have said, and especially the three pillars of Minister May, is when I'm looking at MENA region, I think we can currently look at it from the perspective of speed, scale, and impact. Ultimately, working together, MDBs, all the development partners, think tanks, civil society is going to be extremely important to address the challenges of the region.
Wish you all the best. I'll come back for 60 seconds each. Please, Governor. 60 seconds.
60 seconds. 50 years of 182 billion investment, 12,000 projects. We wish our institution to triple this important achievement over the next 50 years.
Thank you very much. Actually, I wanted to recognize in the audience His Excellency Minister Sarr from Senegal, former Minister Amadou Hott but we will not have time to put you on the spot and ask you questions, but this was my plan. Anyway, it didn't work. So let me just give 60 seconds to President Adesina, please, your concluding
I'll be more shorter. I just want to say that I am excited with my brother Al-Jassar and how we work together. We'll continue to do that. There's a lot to do together, and so also with the World Bank, I will continue to do. It's all about how we deliver. Process is something else. Deliver and scale and have impact.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. President Al-Jassar, your final word is yours. 60 seconds. Maybe since you're the host, maybe 80 seconds. But where do you see IDB in 5 years, 10 years? And if you like to venture out, 50 years? Whatever you'd like to say, please, Mr. President.
Well, I think His Excellency the Minister has done part of that. He expressed his wish. I was looking at the numbers for the first 50 years. Times are different, of course, and the needs are different, but I can tell you that no less than doubling of approvals and disbursements will be acceptable to me from the Islamic Development Bank, because it can do it.
In what time frame, though?
The next 50 years, inshallah.
Inshallah ta'ala.
That is not accounting for any increases in capital. This is, as we say, ceteris paribus. But if we get to increasing the capital, then you will have to multiply that. So hopefully, 200 billion of approvals, 100 billion of disbursements will be achievable, I think, and we will strive for something more. It will again depend on the additional capital we can get from our shareholders, and we hope that they will continue to be generous.
Thank you. We wish you all the best, and may God make no sincere effort of yours go in vain, all of you, and this is all for the sake of the development of our member countries. So help me please with a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you. Unless you want to take a photo of the panelists, I would like to ask, is there a photo for the panelists? Yes, please. And then we will hear from the President his concluding remarks on the symposium altogether. Thank you.
Around the baobab.
Thank you very much. Thank you, President Adesina, Governor Al-Amin, Dr. Uthman. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. It's always a pleasure. Yes, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Uthman. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, now we listen. Yeah, okay. Please remain seated for a couple of minutes as His Excellency the President will give his concluding remarks on this symposium after 3 very interesting sessions. Mr. President, please.
I hate to keep you a bit longer, but just to, as they say, round the circle, I would like to express my pleasure and honor to have hosted this significant symposium during the Golden Jubilee celebrations of the Islamic Development Bank. I thank our distinguished speakers for the valuable time they invested in this event and for the insightful thoughts they have shared with us today. I would like also to thank our moderator and the audience for the excellent and vibrant discussion we had in all sessions. The valuable insights are heard today. The valuable insights we heard today will undoubtedly provide us with a lot of food for thought as we continue our endeavor to become more responsive to the evolving development needs and priorities of our member countries. I will give the floor to His Excellency the Islamic Development Bank Vice President for Operations, Dr. Mansour Mukhtar, to shed light on some essential takeaways from the discussions. And before that, I want to thank the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, my beloved country, an important actor in the global economy, for their leading advocacy role in the energy transition debate to represent the voice of the voiceless. In this regard, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman emphasized the need to restructure the narrative of energy transition from top down to bottom up, where practicality and realism are needed to strike the balance between energy security, affordability, and sustainability. As I highlighted this morning, the Islamic Development Bank, as a South MDB, will continue championing this shared vision in various MDB's fora. Now I turn it to Dr. Mansour Mukhtar for his comments.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's indeed a Herculean task to be charged with the responsibility of summarizing the outcome of very rich, very fruitful discussions by high-level keynote speakers. So you'll have to pardon the shortcomings we have in providing you with these. And I would say that the organizers of the conference will have the opportunity to come up with more robust conclusions. But it's been very fruitful, productive sessions. And in the first session, of course, we heard loudly and clearly that energy security plays a crucial role in advancing the sustainable development of almost all sectors of the economy. We heard deliberations on the importance of ensuring energy security and addressing energy poverty, which really provided us with a richer perspective on the needs and requirements of progressing towards a fair and just energy transition. The energy session highlighted the importance of holistically addressing the nexus of energy security, sustainability, and affordability amidst regional, global supply chain disruptions and pressing development needs of countries of the South. And the panelists advocated the need to enable countries to capitalize fully on their natural endowments to meet genuine local development needs. And we had specific examples, individual experiences, including in today's session, relating to that experiences that people could relate to. In terms of financing the transition, there was also a recognition that developing countries are at different levels of readiness to meet their commitments to fair and just energy goals. Now, in the second session, we had a chance to look at the broad picture of the global sukuk market. And in this context, we looked at the remarkable progress that has recently been achieved, both in terms of size and impact of sukuk issuance on development financing in many countries. Notwithstanding, however, discussions underscored the need to address ongoing challenges. Some of the major challenges being faced in the sukuk market included those relating to raising investor awareness, improving inclusiveness, and reforming the legal ecosystem. We also agreed on the need to tap into promising opportunities offered by the recent breakthroughs in digitalization and fintech. The session highlighted the importance of creating a strong legal and regulatory ecosystem to enhance sukuk market structures. And of course, we realized that there were lessons that could be learned, new perspectives and insights, and new opportunities that could be perceived emerging from country experiences, such as the long journey of Malaysia in the sukuk market, including those related to liquidity, tradability, and accessibility of retail sukuk. These provide important lessons to our member countries. And we learned that in charting the future, digitalization and other technological advances will play a key role in promoting innovation. We noted how Islamic finance regulatory institutions like AOFI are embracing this innovation. We also heard the catalytic role that the Islamic Development Bank has played and continues to play in developing Islamic finance markets. And in the last session, probably the most interesting, we explored the future role of MDBs in boosting development, particularly in the Global South. And we deliberated on future modalities and business models that could enable MDBs to play a bigger role in enhancing South-South cooperation and partnerships. We agreed that this cooperation could contribute to boosting exchange of knowledge and development solutions, as well as supporting public goods. But for me, I think the most valuable insights derived from the experiences of the panelists, both as drivers and as leaders leading the MDBs, but also from the country perspective. And we got a sense, we really appreciated the sense of fulfillment that they derived in discharging this role of heading MDBs because of the specific and distinct raison d'etre of MDBs that we could all relate to, their development mandate. And we saw also how for MDBs that are South-based, how this sense of family or brotherhood helps really derive the agenda. In particular, in relation to the Islamic Development Bank, we saw how South-South cooperation is at the heart, the DNA of these institutions. And we understood how this leads to a better understanding of local realities, but also in terms of really addressing country priorities without conditionalities or dictates. A very strong message came out that countries should be at the heart of our own work. The country needs, country perspectives. And secondly, related to that, that countries should be on the driver's seat and with a sense of pride. And it's clear that political leadership is key, both at the country level, but also at the level of the institutions. We also learned that priorities should be derived from a bottom-up rather than top-down approach. And we need to be more client-focused, client-sensitive, client-responsive, and stakeholders need to be involved in whatever we do in determining these priorities. We acknowledge that MDBs do not necessarily know what is best for the countries. We learned about diversity. Diversity, we had issues or there were concerns about the diverse shareholdings and how that might impact on the ability to deliver. But President Adesina clarified that really it's not about diverse shareholdings, really. It's about having a single development agenda. And he has indicated, led by countries, not for independence. He has indicated how he has helped shape that agenda, not just at the institutional level, but at the global level in terms of really refocusing attention on some key areas that deserve attention over the years since he took over as president. And we want to thank you and commend you for that. And we see that this agenda resonated well and was reinforced by the member countries during the course of your review of your strategy. And they asked you to continue to do more of the same, do more of the same. We heard the importance of maintaining a AAA rating, and in fact, that was the opening remark of the Honorable Minister, who commended you for your efforts and leadership in ensuring that our institutions maintain their AAA rating, which is very important to enable us secure the needed resources at affordable costs to meet the developmental needs of our country. But we were also reminded that the current crisis requires that MDBs have BBB rating in their operations. being bolder, being bigger, and being better. And we learned that they need to be play complementary roles. Everybody stressed the need for partnership. We cannot do it alone. And I think that that's a very important message that really was clearly stated by the story about the baobab tree, that we need to bring our hands together to be able to grapple with the complex development challenges that our member countries are facing, work together to be able to have a good understanding of this and to be able to adequately respond to them. So it means really bringing our collective insights and perspectives together, but leveraging our knowledge, resources, technical expertise to be able to address those through partnerships, through solidarity. So the whole message is that no one can do it alone. And there is, of course, this adage that if you want to go fast, go it alone, but if you want to go far, go together. We need to do, but beyond that, we also appreciated that we need to do this in an innovative and impactful manner. Given the changes that are taking place, we need to be agile, we need to think ahead, we need to anticipate new challenges, we need to look at new ways of doing things, we need to, again, seek to be impactful and to be bold and fast and agile. So impact also was something that was highlighted. And I like the way that Dr. Usman put it. He talked about speed, he talked about scale, he talked about impact. And we need to bring all of these together as we move forward. The last thing that the other thing that I just wanted us to also appreciate from the discussion, yes, even as we gather together to cherish the past, to acknowledge the challenges that still remain, but there is a sense that we need to look into the future with great hope, with a sense of optimism, and really have that as our driving force, and in part because of the impact, the outcome of this, what we hope to achieve. And if you look at what's happening, and there were stories and instances in terms of really this as driving us, the kind of impact we have. So this is it. And we had plenty of inspiring experiences and brilliant thoughts that are indeed crucial to consider by all development actors and policy makers. And I really want to thank everyone for the contribution. We listened to brilliant ideas that would help us as an institution to reflect fully and as we chart our future. And I would like to thank the Islamic Development Bank team for the efforts and time they put into organizing today's symposium. And of course, a special thanks to our able moderator, Dr. Rami Ahmed, who's done a great job really in this particular session in really trying to harness the views and energies. And we reiterate our appreciation to our Saudi hosts and partners for their outstanding hospitality and generous support. And I really want to end by really urging us to keep our energy, to keep our passion, to keep our enthusiasm, to support our member countries in addressing their developmental challenges. Thank you very much.
نحن نخدم الإنسانية.
Welcome to the heart of innovation, where the sand dunes of time meet the waves of progress. Welcome to Riyadh, the pulsating capital of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In the cradle of civilization, where dreams soar higher than the desert dunes, a beacon of hope rises. For 5 decades, the ISDB has been a catalyst for change, empowering nations and transforming lives. As we celebrate half a century of resilience, determination, and progress, join us for a monumental event under the patronage of the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. Ministers, policymakers, industry leaders, and change makers from 57 member countries and many partner organizations will converge to better shape the future of sustainable development. From 27th to 30th of April 2024, Riyadh will be the epicenter of global dialogue and collaboration. Join us as we continue this collective journey of collaboration, inspiration, and transformation. 2024 ISDB Group Annual Meetings and Golden Jubilee, celebrating 50 years of impact, innovation, and partnership. Cherishing our past, charting our future.
نحن نخدم الإنسانية.
Welcome to the heart of innovation, where the sand dunes of time meet the waves of progress. Welcome to Riyadh, the pulsating capital of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In the cradle of civilization, where dreams soar higher than the desert dunes, a beacon of hope rises. For 5 decades, the ISDB has been a catalyst for change, empowering nations and transforming lives. As we celebrate half a century of resilience, determination, and progress, join us for a monumental event under the patronage of the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. Ministers, policymakers, industry leaders, and change makers from 57 member countries and many partner organizations will converge to better shape the future of sustainable development. From 27th to 30th